Should I test this? Are they getting the sound?
Text Diane, she's watching, and see if she was listening.
Is it already running? I thought it didn't start till 1.
No, we're showing the. It's already live. It's on the homepage. It's on the homepage live.
Right, but is this?
Probably. Thanks, Diane. I didn't even text her yet.
Hi. Hi. Nice to meet you. Good, thank you.
Are you ready to start? Can you give me 1 or 2 minutes before you start? I had to swap this from the member slideshow to the other ones.
Okay. Yeah. We'll start. We're trying to start at 1. So.
What time? I don't know what time it is.
Oh, it's like 5 of. I think
okay.
It's like 4 minutes.
At like 12:58 or so, I'll go ahead and swap it so that way, whenever you're ready, you're ready.
Okay, that sounds good.
Close that for a while so they can come in. The registration. Table. Do I tell them to come?
Supposed to close it at like 12:30.
Okay, but so we can. That's okay to do that. Right? Okay. I'll watch that when we get it closed, so they can come in and record.
Okay. Can everybody hear me? This thing on? Can everybody hear me in the back? Not on. It says it's on. Can everybody hear back there? Can we get everyone's attention? Hello? Unfortunately, the microphone in this room only comes from this podium. So I'm trying to figure out if the sound is carrying to the back. Okay. It's on. Hello? Hello? Is there any sound coming out of here at all? I don't know how to work this thing. Greg, can you find somebody at the desk to help with the microphone? Because I'm not sure how to work it. We tried it the other day, and I stood back there and I could hear, but I don't know. What all these buttons do.
Do you need a hotel staff person?
Yeah, he went to get them.
Went to get one? Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I tried it the other day, and I could hear it back there. Now, of course, everybody's loud, but I mean, even when they were quiet, people were saying they couldn't hear. So.
Do children get the raffle tickets too?
No,
What's the age? There's little kids.
it's only for people who paid for the meeting, and 12 and under doesn't pay. Yeah. So they're saying they can't hear back there. I don't know if the sound is carrying as well with all these bodies in here.
Is this turned up all the way?
Yeah, it's up to 10, but that's condensed. This one right here, right?
Should be this one. This is what it's plugged into.
Oh.
So if you want to put that up to 10 and then try and test it maybe?
Okay, can you hear now? Everybody can hear me? All right. Thank you. Wrong knob. All right. Cool. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Where's your next slide?
Do I have to press it?
If you don't want,
I thought you guys were doing this.
well, we can.
Please do.
Okay. Well, pass it when you're ready.
God. It has been a few days. Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Yvonne Mansky. I'm current president of the National Park Travelers Club, and I'd like to welcome you to our meeting, which officially opens today for our 24th annual NPTC convention. it's starting to strike me as odd that we officially open our meeting 3 days into the thing, but it's okay. Before we begin, I want to make a few quick announcements. First, I want to take a minute to ask everyone, please silence your cell phones. We don't want to interrupt the speakers. Second, I want to make sure I direct everyone to our post-convention surveys. As you know, the last couple of years, we've moved those to being digitally. The stamp pads had a QR code that you can use, and you can scan that and fill out the survey. It's live now, so you can fill it out at any time. If you're done with your activities today, you can fill that out. Those are helpful. We have incorporated ideas and various things from that. We do look at that feedback and use that feedback in planning future conventions. So if you could please fill that out, that'd be great. The survey was also in the email that went out. So if you don't have the stamp pad, the physical stamp pad, it also went out in the email that went out on Wednesday. And I also want to thank, where's Christine? Christine Proul over there. She's the one who's doing this for every year. She's been great doing that for every. So thank you very much for that, Christine. I also want to mention the last couple of years we've been doing a new process for our Q&A session because it's a little easier for us to, sometimes we can't hear what people are saying in the back. So we have like little index cards. You can write your question on there. We had those out at the registration desk. You can, you write your question and we'll take all those questions and I'll be able to read the question. That way the people at home can know what the question and the answer is. And we don't have to, hear people from the back and those sort of things. So if you have questions that you want to do during the Q&A session, please try to fill out one of those cards so that we can do that. I also wanted to mention, did everybody get their door prize ticket? We forgot to put those in the name tags. Somebody was going them out. If anybody did not get one, see David Vickers there. He's got the tickets. If anybody didn't get a ticket, make sure you get one of those before the door prize session this afternoon. Okay. Let's see. Does anybody need a bathroom? I know probably all of you know where that is, around the corner there already. But if you're just coming in for the day, you may not have seen that. I also want to recognize other members of the executive board. So they put slides in for this. That's my mug there. But I would still like people to stand and introduce themselves just because, it's easier if you see people live, in my opinion. But so obviously, I'm the president. Our vice president is Robert Palmer. He's in the back there. Secretary Craig Bailey. Our treasurer couldn't come today. He had some issues. He couldn't make it. But Jim Suarez, he couldn't be here, but there's a picture of him there. Our current membership director, Mike Browning. He might still be packing up. They might still be packing up the table out there. He's going out. We had an election for a new membership director this year, but I thank him for his work. Oh, sorry. I'm trying to read this and can't see that though. Okay. Okay, so member at large, Sharon Abishan. Sharon also does our award printing, so I want to thank her for that. And the other member at large, Mike Brown. Okay, and also with us are several of our prior board members. If you served on the executive board before, if you could please stand and be recognized. Thank you. All of you guys should have received a little white past board member ribbon, so you can recognize people by that. I also want to take a moment to recognize a few of our non-elected members who help us with their volunteer work. These people do a lot of hours and a lot of stuff for the club, and it's really great that we even have them in our midst. Alex Wilson, who's our website administrator. Over there. Master Database Coordinator, Scott Stieglitz. He's probably hanging out with the kids right now. And want to also thank Stacy. You know, they got the live stream. I think they're maybe viewing it over there somewhere, but they do the kids zone too. So I thank them for doing that. Sorry, I'm trying to get as much into this thing as I can. Our social media team. We got a few people on here: Aaron Maynard, Ross Iserson, Christine Pruill, Leanne Pettit, Fred Bukima. Many thanks to the people who keep up with that. Our social media, Facebook, Instagram, those types of things. What was that? Oh, sorry. Maybe I should just take it off. I'll take it off. Okay. Sorry about that. I can't see the book. Okay, our SAMPAT editor, Pat Jeanette. Pat's doing a great job producing our newsletter, our quarterly newsletter, and the one that we put out for the convention. She puts that all together. So thank you very much for that, Pat. Our MTA PTA review team, led by Robbie Klisowitz. Where's Robbie? She's around here somewhere. She's getting platinum today. She's got to be in here. But thank you for that. Thank you for organizing that. She also does our quarterly photo carousel. So the photos that you see running on our website, we run a contest for that. And she does that, organizes that every quarter for getting the people who submit the photos. Okay, so we're going to go into now our welcome and opening remarks from the superintendent for Thomas Stone National Historic Site and the George Washington Birthplace National Monument. I would like to introduce Melissa Coburn. She's the superintendent for these two parks. Oh, Lana. Oh boy. But I'm going to invite Melissa up to make a few comments. We're so pleased that you could join us, and if you could just, do a welcome for the group. And apparently, you have to kiss the mic here. So I'm sorry if you have to follow me doing that. Let me give you a. Put this on. This is for the camera. It's on here.
I'm going to try putting it back in its holder. So if y'all will do me a favor, if you can't hear me, just raise your hand and I'll try to adjust. Still can't hear me. Holy cow. All right, you really do have to kiss this thing, huh? Okay, this is going to be fun, y'all. What was that?
Yell.
All right. All right. Well, thank you so much for having us here today. Being with y'all is truly special. Many of you spent years, even decades, exploring the national park system with a level of curiosity, dedication, and joy that really inspires all of us who have the privilege of stewarding these very special places. So some of you have visited hundreds of parks, and a few of you even visited all of the National Park Service sites, which is incredibly impressive. And I expect you to arrive at each of those sites not just seeking a passport stamp, but looking for something greater like meaning and connection. So welcoming people who care so very deeply about our parks is truly a gift. You remind us why this work matters, and your love for these places helps keep their stories alive. It is my absolute pleasure to welcome you here to the Southern Maryland National Heritage Area. It's an area rich in history and culture and landscapes that continue to illuminate America's earliest chapters. An area where history still speaks for those who are willing to listen. We gather in this historic place at a very special time. A mere days after the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence and the founding of the United States of America. Although that notable date is now past, the 250th continues to invite us to pause and reflect not only on the bold action that was taken in Philadelphia in 1776, but on the countless stories, sacrifices, and uncertainties that unfolded far beyond the place we now call Independence Hall. Southern Maryland wasn't simply a distant backdrop to the nation's founding. It's a living landscape where debates about loyalty, liberty, and the future play out in homes and farms and communities very much like this one. Here, the weight of independence wasn't theoretical, it was personal. It touched families, shaped livelihoods, and demanded choices that were neither easy nor obvious. Being in this place, we're reminded that the American story has always been woven from both the monumental and the intimate, from declarations that echo across centuries, and from moments of quiet conviction known only to those who lived them. You all understand better than most how place shapes story, how history becomes real when you stand where it unfolded. You all have walked enough battlefields, historic homes, and landscapes to know that meaning lives not only in the headlines of history, but in its quiet corners. The 250th gives all of us an opportunity to reconnect with the fullness of place and story, to acknowledge the triumphs alongside the tensions, to honor the courage of those whose name history remembers and those it overlooked, and to recognize that our nation's earliest ideals took root in places just like this. Among the many historic sites that tell the story of Southern Maryland, Thomas Stone National Historic Site really holds a special place. It anchors the region's narrative within the nation's struggle for independence and civic identity. And it reminds us that the founding of our country was shaped not only in grand halls and heated debates, but in places of family and community and uncertainty where ordinary people grappled with extraordinary decisions. Thomas Stone wasn't a firebrand patriot whose speeches moved crowds or whose name dominated newspapers. He was a thoughtful man who approached the question of independence with great deliberation and care. And his life reminds us that independence wasn't achieved solely by liberty's loudest voices, but also by those whose courage and steady resolve shaped the course of our nation in more subtle, but no less consequential ways. When you visited Havre de Venture, the place that Thomas Stone called home, I hope you took a moment to imagine what life must have been like for those who lived there in the uncertainty of 1776. I hope you walked through the house and thought about the discussions and decisions that must have unfolded within those walls. Considered those residents of Havre de Venture whose voices were marginalized or unheard. Felt the complexity of emotion that would have surely filled every room and every corner of that landscape. I also hope you paused at the newly planted Liberty Tree, a reminder that liberty is not a static achievement, but a living promise, one that needs to be nourished, protected, and passed on. We truly do gather here at an especially meaningful time, and I hope that you truly felt that during your visit to Thomas Stone National Historic Site. And I hope all of us will heed the invitation of our nation's 250th year to engage in the same thoughtful reflection that Thomas Stone embodied so well, reflecting on how far we've come, how far we still have to go, and how our shared history will inform the next 250 years. A future that hopefully we'll choose to build together, firmly united in the principles and promises of the Declaration that Thomas Stone risked his very life to sign. A declaration whose ideals we continue to strive to fulfill. And to all of you, thank you so much for your passion, your curiosity, and your deep love for our national parks. Thank you for bringing that spirit here to Southern Maryland.
one time at the board meeting.
That's why I was taking it off, because I can't put that down and read the book. I think I have the book memorized by now, but okay. Okay. Thank you, Melissa, for that beautiful welcome. And we want to present you with a lovely mug and license or luggage tag here with our logo as a gift for being here today. Thank you so much. Well done. Okay, so now we want to do the presentation of our iconic stamper. Each year, our club creates a special stamper, what we call an iconic stamper, which represents the essence of the host park and commemorates our convention. At this time, I want to present you with the iconic stamper for Thomas Stone National Historic Site. In gratitude for serving as our host park for this year's convention, the stamp can be placed at the host park for future visitors to enjoy as well. We're going to use it here today, and we'll make sure you get it before the. Okay. So now we go into our Lifetime Achievement Awards. While I have the superintendent up here, I now would like to turn our attention to recognizing those who have achieved park visitation award levels. We're changing this up a little bit. We have some scheduling things, so please just pay attention during the course of this so you know, those of you who are coming up to get plaques or whatever, you know when to come up. So first we want to recognize those who are at the bronze, silver, gold, and titanium levels. So if you have visited 100 park units during your lifetime and reached the bronze level since our last convention, please stand and be recognized. Okay, so for those who have visited 200 park units, which is our silver lifetime achievement level since the last convention, please stand and be recognized. So for those who have visited 300 park units, which is the gold lifetime achievement level since the last convention, please stand and be recognized. Okay, and for those who have visited 400 park units during their lifetime and reached titanium lifetime achievement level, please stand and be recognized. Okay, thank you. You can all be seated. So now with Superintendent Coburn's help, we would now like to recognize those members who have achieved our highest milestones in park visitation, which is our Lower 48 Lifetime Achievement Award and the Platinum Lifetime Achievement. The Lower 48 Lifetime Achievement is presented to members who have visited all National Park Service units in the 48 contiguous United States, including the Klondike Gold Rush National Historic Park Unit in Seattle. For many members, this award is going to be completed at the same time as Platinum, so we're going to recognize just people with Lower 48 first, then with both, then just Platinum. So the Platinum Award is presented to members who have visited every National Park Service unit in existence at the time of their last park visit. You can read their stories in the convention issue of the stamp pad. First, we have 4 people. Unfortunately, none of them can be with us today, so I just want to read who they are. We have 4 people who are achieving only the Lower 48 Lifetime Achievement, which is an achievement in of itself. And I believe they've already been mailed their certificates, but we still recognize them here. There are Dean and Joe Duval, who finished at Katahdin Woods and Waters on September 27, 2025. Ned Lawrence, who finished at Francis Perkins National Monument on September 11, 2025. Trey Wadsworth and Jason Zog, who finished at Carlisle Federal Indian Boarding School National Monument on March 21, 2026. Now I want to announce those receiving both the Platinum and the Lower 48 Lifetime Achievement Awards. 1 person is not here, 2 people are here. If 2 people, when I call your name, if you could come up and receive your plaque and certificate. The 1 person that is not here is David Palmatier, finished at Springfield 1908 Race Riot National Monument on September 28, 2025. Next is William Carey. I believe William's here. Pat, are you taking a picture? Just going to get your picture there. And William finished at Manzanar National Historic Site on September 28, 2025. Yeah. You got your certificate already. Oh, take the wrap. You're welcome. Okay, and next is Roberta or Robbie Klislewicz. Way in the back. She'll be up here tomorrow. Way back there. Robbie finished at Crater Lake National Park just last month on June 27th, 2026. Okay, congratulations. Okay, now we have one person left that already received their lower 48 quite a while ago, but is now being honored for the Platinum Lifetime Achievement, and that's Brian Bailey. Brian just finished at Francis Perkins National Monument on June 25th, 2026. Thank you for your help, Superintendent Coburn. We have quite a few people who have completed the platinum status prior to this year. If you're currently a platinum member, please stand and be recognized at this time. We now have 111 members in our club who have achieved this status. Okay, now we want to do our attendance recognition. We do this every year. Some people hem and haw about it, but we enjoy recognizing people in this way that attend these conventions. These conventions are a lot of work to put together. The people who come, we like you to have a good time, and we're glad that you come back year to year, so we like doing this. I just want to first recognize each of you should have received ribbons in the color of your passport region and their level of lifetime achievement. But there are some specific ones we give out that we like to recognize people for those. The bright green ribbons are for new members. We'll have those in here. Oh, you got it. Okay. Yeah, the bright green members are for new members, those who have joined our club since last year's convention. And the teal ribbons for first-time convention attendees, those who are attending their first ever convention, regardless of how long they have been a club member. So if you're a new member, that's those of you with the bright green ribbons, please stand and remain standing. If this is your first convention, that's those of you with the teal ribbons, and you don't necessarily also have to be a new member, but probably many are. Please stand and remain standing. Welcome to all of you. We're very glad you could have joined us for this weekend. Everyone look around. Please try to include these members, first-time attendees, as you mingle today or tonight if you're joining the President's Dinner. Please recognize them. We want to make sure they get a warm welcome to their first convention here. You can all be seated now. So everyone else, if you have attended at least 2 conventions, including this one, if you've been paying attention, that's all the people who already stood up wouldn't be standing up. So if you had at least 2 conventions, then stand up. Okay, so now for those of you who have attended 2, 3, or 4 conventions, have a seat. If you have attended 2, 3, or 4 conventions, sit down. Only 2, 3, or 4. If you're on your 5th, 6th, or 7th convention, please sit down. If you're on your 8th, 9th, or 10th convention, sit down. If you're on your 11th, 12th, or 13th convention, sit down. If this is your 14th, 15th, or 16th convention, please sit down. If you have attended 17 or 18 conventions, have a seat. 19? 20? 21? 22? 23? And 24. That's all of them. Our first convention was held in 2003 at Delaware Water Gap National Recreation Area, which is a handful of members. We're proud to acknowledge those that have made it to these conventions. I'm sorry, I'm trying. This thing does not feel good on my mouth. Okay, those members, as well as those who joined through 2004 when the club was officially formed, are considered charter members of the club. They have a greenish ribbon there that says charter member. And those people, if you are a charter member, please stand and be recognized. Okay, we're honored today to have a representative from Eastern National. I met him last night at the networking event, and he's going to come up and say a few words. I want to introduce Mr. Stanley Anton, who's the Marketing Communications Manager for Eastern National, to share a few words.
Sure. Hi, everyone. Hello. As Yvonne said, I'm Stan Anton, the Marketing and Communications Manager at Eastern National. Since 1947, we've supported educational programs and initiatives at national parks. And since 1986, we've extended the national park experience through Passport to Your National Parks. First off, I want to thank Yvonne for inviting me here, and thank you all for having me here today. Really appreciate it. So last night at the networking event, I got to talk to some great, passionate passport enthusiasts, and it really pumped. Hold on, stick with me here. Stick with me. It really got me pumped up to see some of your creativity and your passion for America's national parks. I saw Patricia's creative approach to breaking passport collector's editions into one for each region and adding her own photos alongside cancellation stamps. I chatted with Connie about her scrapbooking adventures and use of the new passport scrapbook kit with her books, and heard some great feedback and stories from many others. A few people asked me what's it like working for the passport company. As a marketer, sure, I have to think about product development and KPIs, and yes, we are a retailer who need to sell things. But at the end of the day, what drives our team the most is connecting to people to the national parks, educating people about the great things happening at our national parks, and extending the national park experience through Passport. It was so great to be here because I see that same sense of community and fellowship around the national parks in all of you that I feel in our team at Eastern National. Oftentimes I have to metaphorically step into the shoes of a Passport user and think, what do they want next? How will this messaging resonate with them? But it was really inspiring to be around people who actually walked a mile, or more realistically, a couple thousand miles with a passport book in their hand. So thanks again for having me. And there is a survey out there. We do want to hear your feedback. I loved hearing from so many of you on how we can improve the program. So once again, thank you for having me here today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that, Stanley. Thank you for being with us. We're so pleased you could join us today. Okay, now we're going to have the introduction of our first speaker. I want to introduce Carrie Gonzalez. She's the Chief of Cultural Resource Management for George Washington Birthplace National Monument and Thomas Stone National Historic Site. She'll be speaking on Buried in the Back, recent research on George Washington Birthplace National Monument. And I'm just going to give us 1 second. I know to pop the computer up here for her. Sorry. I want to get adjusted with this. Oh. Yeah. Do you want to use the clip?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
I'm going to put that other thing in there. There you go.
Is that good? Oh,
Yeah.
thank you.
Okay.
Hi, y'all. Oh, all right. Hello. Can you hear me?
We leave it up there.
Sorry about that. Well, thank you so much for having me here. I'm very excited. Just real quickly, the Buried in the Back title came from a lot of the recent research that we've been doing has been in collections. Very little new archaeology has been done, but we've been doing archaeology in collections, as I like to call it, because the collections
They're keeping
facility
up
is
with
like
the
Mary Poppins'
registration.
purse.
Well, I tried to chase him off, but
There's
she wants to stay up
anything
here.
that you want back there, and so many secrets to be discovered. I'm going to be
Where are they
fumbling
are they getting the
with
live stream?
the PowerPoint here so
In
I
here,
can
I
have
don't
my
know,
little
but
notes.
Diane's watching. She keeps texting me constantly.
Okay.
But she's at home.
I'm going to take you
I'm
through
talking
a
about what
timeline of
Scott was supposed to
archaeology
do
at
for
George
the people
Washington
who-
Birthplace,
Okay, they didn't
ending
get up.
with an exciting reveal that you will be among the first to see. So we're very, very excited about this.
Okay.
So for nearly 100 years, formal archaeological excavations and thousands of hours of research have been conducted at George Washington Birthplace National Monument. And this work was largely done
I know. We've been talking about
in an
that for
effort
years.
to determine the exact
Kinda working
location
out.
of George Washington's birth home.
Good.
They did do
Okay.
some archaeology in the early 1890s, but I hesitate to call that a real archaeological effort.
Yeah,
So
just be
really
careful of
the
the
formal
I know,
archaeological
they kind of
excavations at
already
the park started in
killed
the
it a little
30s.
bit.
And I'm going to
Yeah,
try
I
to
don't know
find
where-
the button for the...
We were going to go out and put it
No.
in my car this morning, and then my car is missing.
So
parking
this
lot.
this picture here
So-
is
Seriously?
Yeah.
what is
I'm
called
like,
Room
where's
A
the car?
in
Where's
Building
the
X. And this is
So,
showing
it
the
got towed?
foundation of the
Somebody's
birth home.
okay.
We
The
don't know
building
why.
in
At
which
least it didn't
George
get
Washington
stolen,
was born.
but
And here are
we
some
don't.
earlier
We
photos
just
of
got
them
it.
doing
I
their
don't know
trenching
why.
and just, the
You know,
early
I mean, we just made
archaeology
our
in the
first payment on it.
1930s. Not
and
exactly
now
as how we
the
would do it
car,
today,
I'm like,
but
what the hell is going on?
it is what it is, and we got a lot
I don't
of
know.
good
We
data
we
out
have
of
a
it.
temp tag on it. It expires on Monday.
Approximately 27,000 artifacts were found during those excavations, and that does not
I have
include
no idea. Yeah,
tiny
just one
brick
more thing.
fragments.
This,
Like
this weekend has been
these
like
are
that.
objects.
Yeah, how's
These
your
are
ankle?
ceramic
Just one crap
fragments,
fest
glass,
after another.
utensils, things
I
like
think I've
that.
lost track of the ankle
Oh.
because so
With
many
everything.
other
Well,
things
there
are
you go.
so
That was
jacked
a-
up.
So here's a picture of what's called a
Yeah.
white salt glaze plate
Every day
and a
something-
wine
like Scott
bottle
had in his
seal
car
with
to
Augustine
come here, it would
Washington's
start.
initials on it.
You know, we just kind of
Did you hear about what happened to Don
This
Lang's
style of
car?
plate would have been in use
He
by
like got his car like damaged on three
Augustine
sides
Jr.
from three different
It is a
incidents.
little bit later, but
Like he
it became
literally like one was like they hit a deer
the
on the deer on one side,
what the
and then
Wakefield
like
ladies
somebody
used
like
to make
rammed
Lenox Square, and
their
they
door in
modeled
the
a special
one side
dish
door.
after.
Then
this
they said they
particular
went to get an
pattern when it
oil
was found in
change,
the
and like the
1930s.
automatic door for the
So they
thing came
focused a
down
lot
on
of
the
their
front of
effort
the
on finding the birth
He's
home.
like,
They
only
did a
the
lot
back of
of
the
what's
car is
called
not damaged at
trenching.
this point. I was
They
like,
excavated the entire
it's like
brick
there's a little
foundation
pigpen
of
cloud
Building
going
X.
around
They
in this
also
convention,
found
you
a
know. It's
building.
like, I don't know.
I
But
mean, what we
we're
recently
rolling
named
with it. I
Building
don't know.
Y.
What else can
It
you
was
do?
a small
All right,
building.
cool.
They identified it as a smokehouse in the 1930s. It most certainly wasn't. And I'll tell you a little bit more about this
Guys,
later.
going okay? All right.
Specifically from this building, they found these types of ceramics. So we've got white salt glaze. This is white slip dip,
Cool.
Vesterval. All of these are very common early to
Made a
late
new friend?
18th century
The only
ceramics.
person who can tolerate me for over a few minutes at a time.
She seems to love
So
you.
moving
Is it-
on
is it
through the
girl?
century, we've
Oh,
got
it's
the
a boy, okay.
1970s. A very large excavation was undertaken in the 70s by Dr. Norman Barca of Southside
Very
Historical
calm.
Research.
Always say
This
that.
is a view of the colonial,
Oh,
what
okay.
is the Colonial Revival Garden right now.
Oh, okay.
In this area, they found
He's had more training.
another 43,000 artifacts.
I wouldn't bring him down here.
They found a whole
Yeah,
bottle.
that's good.
A whole bottle that dates to the 1720s. This wonderful little figurine of a man, which is
Lovely. I just
incredibly
shared
rare.
my-
There's only a few of them. A couple have been found in Maryland, in fact, and a spigot for a keg. But the bottle, you never find these complete. It's right, pretty outstanding. Yes, very outstanding find. It was a really a great excavation. In addition to where they excavated and what is now the Colonial Revival Garden, and I hope those of you that visited the park this week saw the garden, they dug in other areas. So they excavated right here where before the visitor center was built. They found a very large shelmet in there, which speaks to our indigenous occupation in the park. They found an 18th century barn over here. The garden was over here. They took another look at room E within building X, and they did some stuff in other sections of the park, but this was kind of the meat of the 1970s excavations. So they took a little break in the 70s and didn't really do much research or archaeology until the 90s when they did what's called a phase 1 survey. Every one of those dots is a hole that was dug across there, right? So in archaeological terms, it's called a phase 1. We dig one hole every 50 feet, and the hole is about a foot wide. We got a lot of good data from this, and they actually did this across the entire park, not just the larger memorial area. They did enough. We go down to what's called sterile subsoil. That's about a foot and a half in this area. Subsoil is just where it's clay or a sterile sand where no more artifacts are being found, unless of course you drop a hole in a feature like a privy or a cellar foundation or something. But that's often, you can recognize that. The black dots represent where they weren't able to dig because of a building or something. In 2001, they did another survey just like this. I'm unclear why the back-to-back surveys were, but it actually helped us recently, and I'll talk about that in a little bit. Combined from the 1930s to everything, these are all the excavations that have been done in the area. And then taking all this data combined really helped us narrow down on our research questions when we were talking about, is building X really where George was born? We were able to say that there was nowhere else on the landscape it could be, but you can tell it's been excavated pretty heavily. All these linear ones, those are long trenches that they dug. In archaeological terms, this is called Swiss cheesing a place. And you can see why, right? That's a lot of archaeology. So the last formal archaeological survey was in 2017, but a few years before that, in 2014, Dr. Phil Levy started to ask the question, is Building X really the birth home? they didn't have solid archaeological data to support that. It was kind of based on vibes from the 1930s on, and he really wanted to take a more solid look at it. So, we were speaking the truth about the site and giving people an accurate interpretation. So, in conjunction with the park and staff, Dr. Levy assisted with an examination of the artifacts recovered from the 1930s of Building X, and this preliminary examination led researchers to determine that a closer look was needed at Building X. So this is Building X, fully excavated in 2022. From this study, what we learned were that fully finished, this building had 6 rooms on the ground floor, including 2 heated closets. But this excavation didn't prove or didn't provide the data necessary for the park to say that Building X, or even a portion of Building X, is where George was born. For those of you that visited the park, you probably heard this. We are now able to say that this is where George was born in this iteration. And then it was in 2 additional building events. So this was built first in the 1720s, and then B, C, and D were added, and then later E. We don't have solid time periods for each of the rooms. We just were able to tell based on architectural evidence from Willie Graham that was how the larger building was constructed. What this excavation did do, though, was open up avenues for additional research. So through process of elimination, we needed to look at the rest of the landscape. And there was one other building, Building Y, which I talked about earlier, that we needed to get a closer look at. So these are some other photos of Building Y. We took a look at this in 2024, December of 2024, which was a lovely time of year to do an excavation. We did this completely internally with the help of volunteers and partners. Mount Vernon came down, Dr. Phil Levy was there, retired Professor Doug Sanford was there. And over a 5-day period, we reopened Building Y and got a really good look at it. And what we learned from this was it was definitely not a dwelling. It was a small structure with a partial brick foundation. It had a 5-foot deep root cellar in it, and that's this part right here. So that's where the root cellar would have been accessed by a ladder, most likely. And it was most likely, best we can tell, it was 11 feet long and 8 feet wide. It got robbed of its brick foundation, so we can't say for sure, but that's our best guess based on other buildings of this style. We know it was an early building on the site, likely during Augustine's period. So excavating this was really important because we said, okay, it was a brick foundation, definitely wasn't a house, and that led us back to, let's relook at Building X. We found a lot of great artifacts during this excavation. Found a Spanish real, some utensil handles, musket ball, smoked tobacco pipe fragments, and this really pretty ring. And let me tell you, when that was found in the screen, it was found by one of our rangers, and all I heard was screaming. They were they were so excited. All right. So this excavation was a catalyst for work from early 25 until now. So what we've been doing is we recatalogued all of the ceramics from Building X and the surrounding area. We did a re-examination of approximately 400 or 4,000 small finds. Those are like buckles, straight pins, horse tack. And we took another look at the tobacco pipe fragments. All of these things we say they're diagnostic. That means that we can tie them to a very specific time period, and that helps us learn more about the site. So for the ceramics, for instance, we have these 2 beautiful fragments. A lot of this stuff, which is early, was cataloged as creamware, which this creamware doesn't start until 1762. Staffordshire slip starts in 1675. So having those date ranges was really, really important. And just to give you some really pretty images going through the stuff we have in our collections. So this would have been on the table in Augustine's period when George was living there. That's early ceramic type. This beautiful punch bowl, also another early type, likely in the home of Augustine, George's dad. We also learned that there were 3 different distinct sets of utensils on the site throughout the period. We have a really stunning assemblage of utensil fragments. And then all of the horse, I call it horse furniture, horse tack, horse stuff. But those of you that are familiar with George's history and the family, they were big into horses. Not uncommon on a colonial site, but to really get a close look at this, it's just going to open up even more stories about the site. We identified this in the catalog was just, it said unidentifiable metal, but through X-ray, something that we use in archaeology a lot, we were able to determine that it was part of a currycomb. I think we have 2 total currycombs that were found in the assemblage that were previously unidentified. And X-ray is a great way to look at archaeological materials, especially iron. When it's all rusted and gross, the X-ray will tell you almost always exactly what it was. From the pipe stem analysis, now this is really, really cool. This one pipe stem was found and we were unsure of what the motif was. So we sent it around and the curator at Mount Vernon looked at it and was like, holy cow, we have those too. And it turns out that it is, it's called ironmonger's pipe. It's hard to tell on the actual pipe, but you can see it's got the little salamanders. There's a lot going on. And the really cool thing about this is to date, these have only been found at Washington sites. They only exist at George Washington birthplace, Ferry Farm, and Mount Vernon. Right? Isn't that cool? Yeah. So just a little bit of data for you. As of this spring, 21 distinct tobacco pipes have been recovered from the 3 Washington sites. There's 11 from Mount Vernon, 10 from Ferry Farm, and 1 from the birthplace. So why is this significant? It's incredibly cool that so far we have yet to find another site in Virginia or Maryland that has recovered pipe stems with this design. And second, it is likely a direct reflection of Augustine's involvement in the iron industry, particularly in the Principal Company in the 2nd quarter of the 18th century. There's a lot more research to do on this, but the curators at Ferry Farm and Mount Vernon are in it to win it. And I wouldn't be surprised if there was an article or a little book that came out about this because it's incredibly cool. So we did all of that research. We re-looked at all of those artifacts and spent all that time and effort. What did we learn? Well, we now know that this is what the birth home looked like. It was a brick structure. It had casement windows. So these are the earlier window style before the sash windows that you move up and down. This one would have come out. And it most importantly for our park is it gives people a visual. For those of you who have been there, everything that you look at is from the 1930s or the 70s. And now we have these tangible things, pictures, so someone can see what the birth home looked like. They could see what it would have looked like when George was toddling around outside because he was 3 when he left. This was a huge thing for the park, but this isn't even the big thing that I want to show you. This is just your appetizer, okay? We have also, in all of our research, been able to what in my world is called phasing a site. We had all that data. We recataloged everything. We had solid dates, solid identification. So now we're able to look at all the buildings that were on the landscape and say when each one was standing. So all the ones that we know about were not there during George's time or Augustine's time. So We know where the presumed drive or approach is, which is not that road that's lined by cedars. That's the new road. So this is the birthplace as the one room, room A, or that brick version I just showed you. There was an outbuilding right here. And for context, the Memorial House Museum, the standing one, the brick one, right here. The kitchen, likely that's standing, built on top of the kitchen foundation. We have very little data on that from the 30s, unfortunately. Here's building Y, and this was an enslaved quarter right off there. These maps are going to continue to be expanded and developed to add architectural elements to it to, again, to help visitors like you really understand and visualize what the park looked like during George's period or during Augustine Jr.'s period, because I think it's a very important thing when people come to visit these sites that they have these. Here's another view just to kind of zoom out so you can see how it's situated on the landscape a little better with Pope's Creek. Would have been a beautiful view, beautiful place to live, in my opinion. So leading up to the big reveal, I'm going to skip over this slide. With all the data that we had, we were able to, we won a grant with Eastern National, and we were able to get a rendering of what the interior of the house would have looked like, fully furnished in the 1730s. How on earth could we possibly figure that out? Well, I'll tell you, through lots and lots of research, architectural knowledge, and pouring through the archaeological collection. So back to this. This is an inventory from around the same time period. The people that worked on this poured through inventories, and it was room by room. So it was, what did affluent families have in their homes at this time? Ones that are one room like this. It was one room, 1.5 story. So this is what it looked like. And take note of this tobacco pipe and this dresser and these chairs right here. So like I said, we used stuff in our museum collection and in our archaeological collections. So all of this stuff that's shown in that image, was either found archaeologically from the birth home excavations or is part of our museum collections of things that were purchased by the Wakefield Association to fill the Memorial House Museum. So this chest and the chairs, and well, I'm not going to read off the slide to you, but it was really important to us that these images were really grounded in data from the research to the archaeology. So you got to see the first floor. Notice how this is how the steps go up here. So let's take you upstairs. So now we're on the top floor. 2 beds. Take note again of some of the items in here. There is what I know to be an Easter egg. Anyone that knows Taylor Swift, they're called Easter eggs, but there's a cute little funny hidden thing in here. Might be too small to see, but note the bottles and all the things in here. So again, museum collection. And the chamber pot, I hope everyone in here knows what a chamber pot is. I'll explain it to you privately if you don't. Exactly what we have in our archaeological collections. And I find that to be so cool, because you can say that this exact item was on the site. All right, on to the basement. Note all of the bottles here. There's some tools over here. And I should say this is just a draft version. The final version, they're going to have this open. So this is the relieving arch for the chimney above. And through the architectural analysis, they were able to tell that there were shelves in there. So they're going to have the door open with bottles and all kinds of other storage stuff inside. Remember that whole bottle? So they use that exact bottle in there, this keg spigot, this trunk, which maybe you noticed when you were taking a tour of the Memorial House. It's in the dining room. If you go back, look for it. And then one of the early 18th century broadhose. So this project was so cool. We were so very excited that we were able to get the award from Eastern National on this, because this is really just going to elevate the entire experience at the park. We have these on printed posters, which will be up in the Memorial House Museum, so people can really digest and look at it when they're taking tours. But so we did all of this. What's next? So here's a stacked view of it. So what are we going to do next? We're going to be exploring more immersive options of using the 3D, it's called a cutaway, of the interior of the birth home to just keep adding on and keep elevating the visitor experience in the park. We're hoping to get a hands-on model of the birth home, kind of, think dollhouse, but, not cheesy like that, but something where people can really interact with the birth home a little more. And we're going to continue our work across the landscape, because those buildings that I showed you are not the only ones that were out there. There was all these other support structures that we need to identify and get on a map to fully tell this story. And that is my presentation. I want to thank you all for your time. Does anyone have any questions? Yes.
What was the definitive evidence that DNA was word for quality?
All right, hold on a second. It was a culmination. So we had all the history that told us that they purchased that property, that peninsula. So we knew they were there. Then remember the map with all the holes? So I took that data and put it into GIS, geospatial information systems, and you can create what are called heat maps. They will basically tell you, so you take every artifact that was in the hole, and it'll give you spots where more nails and things were found. So we looked at that particularly. There were no other places on that landscape where a building that would have housed the family could have been. And then the archaeology of building Y also. So it was this kind of, process of elimination, but cumulative approach. But the ceramic analysis too was kind of a slam dunk for us when we've got those identified properly and got those dates, just all of that combined. Orange shirt. Oh, I am so glad you asked that, because I forgot to mention something. Sorry, Melissa. This is really exciting. So the building's going to stay. In 2029, that building is going to go back to its original plan and be a museum. So by museum, I mean exhibit spaces. You get to go in the rooms, and it's beautiful. We have interpretive panels, and you're going to kind of be able to follow the history of the park chronologically. There'll be artifacts on display, maps, pictures. There's going to be a kids' room. There'll be stuff in the kitchen also talking about the changing landscape. So that's what we're working on. We actually have a meeting next week to see the almost complete design plans. And let me tell you, everyone must come back in 2029, because it's going to be fantastic. Okay. Yes. Oh, in the back. No. not on the landscape, a wee one. We'll make a small one. Oh, sorry. Yes. Yes, we have. Excellent question. That too. Yes. So I'll come back to you. Mount Vernon actually comes down and helps us out with ground penetrating radar. They've done 2 visits at this point. We've got them scheduled to come back out in October. And remember those heat maps I was talking about that showed densities of nails? They're going to go and specifically hit up those spots so we can do a more focused archaeological excavation there. Because right now, all I know is that a building was there that was constructed with nails. We can't say whether it was like a small barn or an enslaved quarter or what its purpose was. So, but short answer is yes. And I have a project in for a couple years to do a much larger area. Now for the LiDAR, first of all, I love LiDAR. It's like cheating sometimes. So that's how, I don't want to say identified because we're not sure yet, but that's how I think we found the original approach to the birth home, because there's something in the LiDAR that's just hinky enough, and it lines up really well with a historic map. So that's an area that I want to do GPR, because you will see the 2-track where the like 2 wheels, or it'll look much different in the ground penetrating radar, but you always have to ground truth, so we'd have to dig it a little bit. So yes. Any other, purple shirt.
When you do all the holes,
Uh-huh.
how would you know that you wouldn't be destroying an artifact that would be important in doing that much?
Archaeology in itself is a destructive science, and we are trained to dig with a certain level of caution. Sometimes you do break things, but we have a really great glue for that that puts them back together. And it's, yeah. Well, not the Building X. That a backhoe did that, because remember, it was excavated in the 30s, so that's all what we call fill. It wasn't intact stuff. So that came out with a backhoe, which in Virginia we call the Virginia Marshalltown. It's a trowel brand. But yeah, we're not aggressive diggers. So we go down a little bit, and we're just always watching, and you're always communicating with the person that's screening for you. But yeah, things do get broken. It happens. Way in the back.
What's under the memorial?
What's up with it?
Under.
Oh, that's a great question. We don't know. We don't. I'll be honest with you. It's a mystery. So I went to the Society for Historical Archaeology conference in January, and I essentially made like missing children milk posters and plastered them all over the conference, because I was with like 1,000 archaeologists, historic archaeologists. Surely someone will have seen this before. I stumped everybody. The architect, the specialist in Chesapeake architecture, they don't know what it is, but I assure you, Willie Graham is who that you should all go, ooh, at this point with that name. Yes, thank you. He is determined to figure out what that is. What I can tell you is we are certain it wasn't domestic. It likely served an industrial purpose. Whether it was brewing something, laundry, we just don't know, because there are no records on it. We've got 2 or 3 pictures, but I am dying to figure out what that was. Anything else? Yes, sir. Not at all. All right. Anything else? Well, thank you so much for your time.
Okay, let's have another round of applause for our guest speaker. We're very pleased you could join us today, and we want to present you with one of our lovely mugs and a luggage tag to take with you as a thank you gift for our appreciation for you being here. We're running a little ahead, so they're not quite ready for break. So we're gonna skip to our club awards. I broke this up a little bit because I thought we would be having break, but we're going to go ahead and do that because they're not going to be ready for break until about 2:30. So we're now going to present our annual club awards, which recognize a park ranger volunteer who provides excellence in our visits and NPTC member who makes an extra effort to support other members, the Park Service, and the NPTC. Our Flat Hat Award recognizes any National Park Service employee or volunteer that made a member's visit to the unit more memorable. All NPS employees, full-time or seasonal, as well as official NPS volunteers are eligible for this award as nominated by the NPTC members. If there are several individuals from a single site who merit recognition, they can be nominated as a group, and we have given a group award in the past. Since 2014, the Flat Hat Award winners have come from parks across the country, including our host park this year. We are thrilled to have one of our prior Flat Hat Award winners with us today as a guest speaker, and he'll be speaking after the break. Our other prior members have come from Charles Young Buffalo Soldiers, Natchez National Historical Park, George Rogers, I had a tongue-tied, George Rogers Clark National Historic Park, Hopewell Culture National Historical Park, and Dayton Aviation Heritage National Historical Park, Tule Lake National Monument and Lava Beds National Monument, Thomas Stone, Alabates Flint Quarries National Monument, Frederick Douglass National Historic Site, Wolf Trap National Park for the Performing Arts, Fort Stanwix National Monument, and last year's winner from Ocmulgee Mounds National Monument. This year we had another great year for our Flat Hat Award. We had 3 exceptional candidates. The winner of this year's Flat Hat Award is Ranger Fred Stickling from Apostle Islands National Lake Shore. Congratulations. I doubt he's watching out there, but the nomination focused on his vast knowledge of Apostle Islands and ability to take on the persona of an assistant lighthouse keeper and engage all the visitors, young and old. We'll look forward to presenting that award at a meetup event, possibly in the fall. And we are also hoping to finally get a meetup scheduled for last year's winner at Ocmulgee Mounds. We've had the little hiccups with that. So keep an eye out on the forums for that. We hope to organize that this fall as well. I encourage all members to take note of exceptional park experiences in the coming year. Nominate a deserving ranger volunteer group for next year's award. We do like to give these out every year. The deadline is a rolling date of June 1st of each year, so you can nominate up until that date or earlier than that date. It doesn't really matter when you submit your application. All applications are reviewed leading up to that date, or right after that date closes, leading up to the convention. Our other annual award is the Dennis Banley Spirit of the National Park Traveler Award. Dennis Banley, who passed away in 2013, is well known among NPTC members for his unwavering support of the NPTC and its membership. And I would like to ask Nancy Banley to come up. Unfortunately, I did not give her a heads up this time of who the winner is, so I apologize for that. So she's going to be a surprise for her too. This award recognizes an NPTC member that has made an effort to support other NPTC members and their pursuits, the national parks or the NPTC in an unofficial capacity. This year, our award winner is once again with us in the room, and so I'm going to invite that person to come up front first because, as always, if I start talking about them, you're probably going to know who it is, and we want it to be a surprise for them. This year's winner of the Dennis Banley Spirit of the National Park Travel Award is Jennifer Baxter. They brought them in on purpose. Jennifer's family is here. I'm a little bit surprised for her, so she's getting hugs from everyone first when she's making her way up here. For those of you who can't see what's going on in the back of the room. Come on up here, Jennifer. I know some of you are probably thinking it's about time, right? Yeah, I agree. Unfortunately, it looks a little suspicious for acting awards committee members to win this award. So we had to wait until she wasn't on the awards committee anymore, which she's been on since the beginning, I think. For those of you who do not know Jennifer, she's done and still does an enormous amount of work for our club, has served on almost every committee the club has ever created. She regularly posts helpful information on traveling to national parks, participating in junior ranger programs, and collecting badges. She has for many years now given loads of her time to being a master database admin and reviewer of the Master Traveler and Park Traveler Awards. Congratulations, Jennifer. Thank you for all you do. We encourage members to nominate a deserving fellow member in the future. Again, the deadline is June 1st of each year, and you can submit your nomination at any time throughout the year. And of course, once again, I haven't prepared with the plaque. Wait, no, don't go anywhere. I got to give you the award.
Oh, I forgot.
Woo. Shh.
Sorry, Pat.
Nancy, come back.
Oh, you want me back up there?
Gotta give her the award.
You gotta get the whole family in there, yeah.
We have to actually give her the plaque.
Yeah, right.
Not prepared. It's okay. You can all get in there.
Everybody look here.
Okay, now you can. I also would like to ask that we acknowledge the 7 previous recipients of this award: Carl Barton, Alex Wilson, Dave Cruz, Scott Stieglitz, Margaret Milligan, Sharon Abishan, Mike Browning, and Robbie Kliswitz. Thanks also to all those who nominated deserving individuals for these awards. Please be on the lookout for individuals deserving next year's awards as well, and we do like to give these out every year too. Thank you also to our awards committee, Carl Roboy, Steve Beningo, Tom Ludwig, and Amanda Rahm for reviewing these applications and helping us give out these awards. Okay, so let me check. I think we're ready. We should be about ready for break. Can you check? Nope. I told her 2:30, so she's probably waiting until 2:30, I'm sure. So, all right. No, I didn't. Oh, and I want to talk about that. So everybody, if you notice out in the hall, we had a map where you could put pins from where you're from. That was suggested last year during the convention, so we made that a reality this year. So if you haven't done that already, look for that when we go take the break. Put the pins in from wherever you're from. I also wanted to. How many people were at the trivia the other night? Okay, sorry it was such a disaster. I'm glad you still had a good time. But yeah, I'm glad you had a good time. Sorry it didn't go the way it was supposed to go. But I had awards made. We were supposed to give out medals for the winner. They are bronze, silver, gold medal. They're dated. So I want to give them away because otherwise there's really no purpose for them because they're dated for that date. So if you finished your card, your stamp card, we're going to take write your name on the back so you make sure you get your card back. We're going to take all those and shuffle them up and just do drawings and give out the awards for people. So during the break, if you want to get that, leave it on the table out here. When we do the door prize, we'll shuffle those up and we'll give out those medals for the people who participated and did the challenge. If you want to go in the drawing for that, just make sure you go and get your sheet during the break. Question? Yeah, I think one card because we have medals for the people that were on the team. So
You want just one card with all 4 names? So, or you want each
One card for each.
Oh, okay, got it.
Yeah, if we've had, because I had 4 made for each category. So, you know, each person in your team would get a medal. So just turn in your card, you know. Yeah. That's if I mean, if you don't have your 4 people, then we'll just give out 2 and then we'll draw for another one for somebody else to have one. So I know some people weren't necessarily a team of 4 when it all started. So yeah, but we'll try to make it happen anyways. And we do also have, be sure you pick up, Sharon made some very nice participation certificates for that. We do have that for everyone. Anybody who participated, please take one of those. We're going to have those out during the break on the table over here as well. So please come and take one if you participated in that, because we want you to have that. Oh, where'd it go? Oh, we found a lighthouse passport book. Got a lot of stamps in it, no name. I don't know. Where did you find this, Chris?
It was turned in last night.
It was turned in last night.
If I go in the lobby near the front door.
You know what?
Lobby near the front door.
It was found in the lobby near the front door.
Can I look at the first? I can tell you if it's mine or not.
I don't.
What's the first?
Your
first stamp.
Looks like Abscon Lighthouse, New Jersey.
Yep.
It's yours? Okay.
I'll give you $3 for it.
Write your name in there. Write your name in there.
Yeah, it's reunited. That's good. I lost passport.
But, oh yeah. We like to reunite people with their stuff. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Okay, we're almost ready. Sorry about that. We're all talking too fast, and it's just going too fast. I also wanted to thank, I'm going to do some volunteer recognition later, but I specifically wanted to thank people who were part of the convention this year. Cara Boy, Connie Corrigan, Lisa Dvorak, Janet Huntley, Rachel Thomas, Scott Stieglitz, Axe Wilson, Tom Wright, Jim Corrigan, Dave Cruz. Thank you all for putting together your presentations and your little the crafting thing and everything that you guys did to extend the activities for this year's convention. Thank you for taking the time to do that. I know people appreciated that. Do we have a question in the back? Or somebody's just waving? Okay. Okay, so I would say let's go. We're going to take a half-hour break. You know, they're not quite ready yet, but people need to go get their cards, or they need to go use the restroom or something. So we're going to come back in at like, we'll come back in at about 2:50, 2:55. Oh, okay.
Who's the speaker for GW just now? One.
He brought back the lighthouse book. There was a girl yesterday was talking to me. I one of the things I remember her name. She did 2 visits like to the White House. It wasn't his. The girl I'm talking about is Sam. See if I can remember her name. Yeah, but if I could remember her name.
But I imagine that a couple of people are spending this week in the process. So, this week now, I'm also doing an exhibition with said, like, that movie is inaccurate. I said, it's a movie. Just want to learn something. Go to source. I said, accuracy is a nice thing. But what's optimal and accurate, probably. Yeah, Washington.
Portray Mary as being illiterate, which is not true. I haven't heard a lot of I've heard more negatives about it, to be honest. I haven't seen it myself.
What makes me very nervous, actually, it's all pretty fun. You know, what you went through, the history struggles, war necessity, and all that. So, a lot of this is true. It's not highly inaccurate, it's so accurate.
Washington did exist, so that's true.
His battles and struggles, his lack of confidence, his mistakes, his losses along the way. So, and his adoration of his own brother.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Adoration. Vertigo and his that's a story. His brother has a societal function, doesn't like it. He's up to not officer, but real kind of guy.
Yeah.
His brother has business house. He doesn't like doing. Yours doesn't like you're the greatest. It's not on the list. Guess what? You're on the list.
I've never heard that story.
You didn't know it. Okay.
Yeah, that's a good one, but I'm not a Washington expert yet.
I will stay. Well, they do show 3 times a time the top of their tree.
Oh, God.
That military tree, you're right at the top.
They had to get it in there somehow.
So, trails are interesting. Fun. The history of Washington is from Washington.
That's true.
I used to live there. Don't see that. Philadelphia. As far as this one, it's a Washington, but not a source of information. You know, they're not pleased with this.
It's know that it's something I'm working on. My plan is to have a much larger volume come out that covers the history of the park, incorporating archaeology, but making it more public facing, so it's not a lot of technical stuff. Where that story will get fixed, because it's a huge battle between the films burning and all of those other stories just aren't true.
But you're right here in this is the birthplace. Okay. So when I went there, I was only like 8 or 9 years old. So of course I went to the Waldorf.
Yeah.
And then over the years I've had this book. Then I've been collecting a lot of other books from Waldorf. So I have probably 20 books on it. So for short modern. So each book comes out. It's a biography. You're probably getting ever more accurate. It's like it's always this information that what else can you learn? What else can you learn? That's never ending quest.
It is like we'll never at the park. Like I said, archaeology is a destructive science. They didn't keep great notes. Like that's gone, but more letters, correspondences from George are coming out and being found. So yeah, that the narrative of him is just going to keep evolving. Just continue to learn.
Both good and bad.
Well, I mean, he was human.
Well, he wasn't just a slave owner. He was a slave. Seriously, horrible.
Yes.
So Ron Lee.
Yes.
They're up here in the heavens of American law. They're badass guys.
We're not allowed to talk about that.
Is it political or is it history?
It should just be history. Because we should talk about it.
Right.
But
That's one of my comments. It's not a history.
right, but his dad owned a bunch
No, he did. And he inherited from his brother or his father? His brother.
George
Yeah.
from Augustine Jr., so his half brother.
Right.
Yes.
Right. But did he learn how to treat slaves by his brother?
Oh. Yeah.
So,
I don't know. Yeah, or I don't know, one of the Fairfaxes because he was,
well, a couple of things that I've been reading is he loves to spy his scouts.
Yes, yes.
He's really good. And amongst his spies, not the head was a guy named Edward Heston. Edward Heston was one of his lead spies. And while in battle in New Jersey, ready for battle in New Jersey, they were camped out, ready to fight. And Colonel Heston came to the Hessians when they staged a midnight raid on the capital. And they would be constant. You should leave. And George said, that's a great plan. No. Leave the camp guards on, leave the tents up, and my men on a lot of noise. Maybe the Hessians are still here. You take off. So George did that. The Hessians stormed in, took like 6 guys down, moved them through the field, horrible.
Yes.
After the war, the Pennsylvania legislature gave that man who is a good thing for the National Medal of Honor. The Pennsylvania Medal of Honor. For saving George Washington's life.
May I take pictures?
Yes.
And through him, I can do the SAR. I haven't joined yet, I promise. I need to join the SAR. But it's, so, Colonel Heston helped George Jackson.
Right.
It's a little size for me. And I have a certificate.
Awesome.
But also, I read recently that
I'm so
slaves is such that you know the coldest nights, as they stay out in the fields after dark working, in bitterly cold, almost virtually no sun. And he was like, get back out there.
Yeah.
So,
Was it him or was it his overseer?
Falling apart. He went all out for this.
is that
Oh, no, I didn't work. I was in the foot.
It doesn't, but
Oh, okay.
That's the absolute right
I
did
don't know. I'll have to show you the picture.
right. You know how much to George, like I'm not trying to say he was a saint, but the overseers were just notoriously just evil. Yeah.
That's a good point. So, but I'll still take the boss, but it's so responsibility.
Oh, for sure.
Also, he left his slaves to Martha. So the wording upon her death, they were free. What did she do? I'm not going to know. They did something.
Yeah.
She free. And she knew they were not free.
Right.
George, I
Smart.
don't think it's right. So anyway, that was both sides. Right. I live in DC. His name is so, the history beat. Also, I drive Uber, so I did it for 2 weeks. Also, licensed tour guide.
Oh, great.
So I did tours around the city. The running joke is, George Washington sucked here. George Washington sucked here.
Yeah.
I live near the Georgetown Club, so he visited. And so I can see how they cut out. We did come there
Yeah.
for socializing. Oh, and my ancestor, Edward Houston, had a society, famous estate in New Jersey. And George would often go there with his war council and have discussions about his travels. So if I was there, Colonel Heston said, be careful, you're going to be captured.
Right.
Not at the camp itself. The camp might be over here across the street. So anyway, I just wondered if maybe that's in your backyard, you're more of the workplace. That's your focus for part of it.
Yeah, he left when he was 3. He came back around 15 to do a survey for Augustine Jr.
Right.
But to date, you have no letter, nothing, where he talks about where I was born on Longfoot Street, what I wouldn't give
I know.
for just some little nugget. But we've learned a lot.
I also learned that his, he had lady spies, female spies, and they were called 355. It was actually a movie made about modern day spies. They called themselves the 355. And in the end of the film says, named after George Washington's there's female spies.
No, we had female spies too.
And they go into various society functions, and that comes to damsel in distress.
Yeah.
We're even going to play books too.
Yeah.
George Washington also was a surveyor of Wisconsin Avenue from Georgetown, Pittsburgh. And it's the name of the road.
Oh, no kidding.
So,
That's cool.
we'll watch this place.
Huh, they are.
But,
Yeah.
continue on. Thank you.
Oh, thank you for stopping me.
Okay.
I don't know. We haven't found them. I think I have some ideas, but we have yet to find where any of these slaves were buried. For that, so you talk about the Washington Family Cemetery. It's like John and it's.
What I wanted to do was,
A bunch of ladies thought they were doing the right thing in the early 1900s, dug them up, and wanted to redo it. So the cemetery is in disrepair. They redid the fence, but they exhumed all the burials at this time too. They were there. Yeah.
I was actually just gonna say that.
They did.
So they exhumed them and they knew who they were because they had headstones. They still don't know them anymore.
Yeah, they just dug them up and reburied them. There's a couple in there that we don't.
Is that where the 12 remains that no one knows who they are came from?
Yes. So there's I have no records on it, no pictures. I shouldn't say no records, but very little on it. There is a student at the University of South Florida that is doing her dissertation just on that cemetery. Yeah. Yeah, it's an important story. And I think there's more out there. That's one of the places I want to do for a penetrating radar.
Yes.
I mean, I realize it's a good
Well, you thought maybe that part of 12 too, like the ones they didn't know.
They wouldn't have been put with the whites.
The same area.
when you were, you thought maybe they were huge.
We thought they were from someplace else.
Oh no, they were all in that square. There is one that was where, so you know, Christian burials went east-west. There was one that went this way. We don't know why. Typically, that's a sign like they were either seeking rich people to get.
So in Indiana, family blocks, cemetery, center monument, that has in a circle all the way around it. So we know what these first name.
Well, that's by traditional, like,
Traditional.
by different names.
Christian burials, yeah, historic ones are east-west. That might just be where the headstones are, but they're actually buried in east-west orientation.
A lot of these are Civil War.
It might just be a matter of where the headstones are and the actual burial is not like that.
Right, well, you answered my question about the prayer, so
Okay.
let's get back to the discussion.
I'm gonna go get a snack actually.
Good luck.
Okay.
It might be a long line,
Oh, really?
but thank you.
Okay.
Here first. That's why I stayed there.
Really bad. I'm really bad about what I can write down.
Yeah, let's see if you want to have some.
Well, that was everything I almost did. I had a group, when I had the 88th group up in Alaska, I was walking back on it, and I was walking down the trail on Friday night, and I was talking over my shoulder, and I almost, within 5 feet, tripped over. I went, and somebody else on the other side of me grabbed my shoulder and stopped me, because I was looking at my finger. I said, they might not care that I tripped over. And again, they like. And I was, it's a good question. Because I tend throughout the history of
I know, you can write on a piece of cardboard.
Oh, something a little better than this would seem. Oh, okay. Great. Thank you. Oh my gosh. That's an underscore. Out of that.
Very good. I'm Alan. I live in Washington. I learned years ago that Virginia research. The name Washington comes from blessing. Danish name. And so it says the Danes ruled England. So his family lord, just like your old England near Washington. But the Danes ruled, so one of the ancestors.
That's cool.
So,
Have you ever gone to Celebrate Manor in England, the ancestral home? I haven't either. They had artifacts on loan. I was trying to convince Melissa. I should probably go pick those up myself. But Mark wasn't going to pay for me before I Spain, right?
thanks for your time.
Of course, Alan. Nice to meet you.
I should like change it. That's why I know.
Oh, goodness.
So many. Sometimes.
They're great for that. And like, some of those campsites too. It's cheap. It's great.
And then, Marks from home. I must be on a like Google search. I get in my basement. Those popping up.
Oh, you do? I'm so glad you asked though, because it's something that I forgot to.
Well, that's why I know it. Like later was really related because penetrating. They're like totally.
Yeah, LiDAR plane.
Yeah.
But LiDAR is like a lawnmower. Now they have it on the back of your sealers.
Oh.
Oh, the technology has leaps and bounds. Yeah, it's great. Very good. I know the stuff like what they're finding out like Mayan pyramids.
Yes.
It's great.
I didn't know where they were like jungle.
Yeah, it just takes a moment. It's amazing. It's so true.
Oh, okay, then I can give it to you now. Everybody knows.
I just wanted to say we really enjoyed your presentation. Very much so. And we actually met you in 2021 when you were at and I remembered as soon as I saw you, I remembered you. Okay. Yes, who knows, but definitely good things. But yeah, your presentation is amazing. So I think you really make it relate. Yeah.
Meanwhile, 6 miles per hour miles per hour.
Yeah.
Just the distances and it's really all of what happened. No context.
Yeah.
No enthusiasm.
Yeah.
And that's yeah. It's just I think it's enthusiastic.
Yeah. Right. Right. Well, you really got it down. Really. Yeah. It's very nice. Really good. Yeah. Yeah.
So
We actually had an awesome conversation at Waldorf. Yeah. It's not called cluster. Yeah. We actually did a recreation of reality. He was very great. Okay, very, this is really good. Okay. And then later on in the afternoon, we did the trial tour. So we kind of got both sides of the story. You know, it was very, very, yeah, yeah. Right. Yeah. Yeah, right, right. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah, right, right. Yeah, yeah. Everybody's getting the hot camera. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I'm gonna go and get a quick so mine is very broad. I will look forward to your presentation as well. Yes, very nice seeing you. Take care.
You're walking pretty good. Is this the one? Yeah. There you go. Thank you. Oh, there's Diana. There's Pablo. There's
I think we almost got everybody through the line out here. So if you're out in the hall and you can hear me, start making your way back in. We're gonna wait until the line is done to start again, but everybody can just kind of shuffle back in. You can bring your food in, that's fine if you want. Okay, we're gonna get started. Everybody, can please take your seats. We're gonna get started again. Everyone, please take your seats. And we've been please quiet. Please quiet down. We're gonna get started again. Everybody can please settle down. We're gonna get started again. We're gonna get started again, so everybody can please take your seats, settle down. We're gonna get started again. Okay, welcome back. I want to remind everybody again, please make sure your cell phones are silent so we don't interrupt the speakers. Please silence your cell phone so we don't interrupt the speakers. Okay, so it's now my pleasure to introduce our second speaker for the day, Ranger David Lassman, who is our 2019 Flat Hat Award winner from Thomas Stone National Historic Site. He'll be speaking on Maryland defenders in 1776. Oh, you changed it? Yes. I'll let you tell them that. It's okay. All right, come on.
All right.
That cord is. Okay. You can take it out. I prefer to stand in front. Well, good day. Can you all hear me? Well, my name is David Lassman, and I was giving a tour to one of your members yesterday. I honestly don't remember her name, so I apologize. But she asked me to introduce myself by telling my connection to the National Park Service. And my connection starts in 1963. My pregnant mother was going to a drive-in movie theater in Kansas. My sister tripped her, and my mother fell over, and she went into premature labor. And so I had the pleasure of being born 4 weeks early on August 25th, 1963, the birthday of the National Park Service. And as a kid living in Kansas City area, my family every summer jumped into our old Woody station wagon and we drove north, south, east, and west. And for 2 weeks, we'd go to parks and museums. That's what we did on vacations. As a kid, I said, wow, that sounds like fun. You can do that as a living? And so it really did impact me. Then, with all the travels we do, in 1976 for the bicentennial, we went on a trip to Massachusetts. We were at the Adams National Historic Site, And as a 13-year-old kid, we were on a tour, and I was the bratty kid who was correcting the park ranger through the tour. And my parents were miffed at me, and rightly so. But what happened next really impressed me. When the tour was over, the ranger came over to me and said, "You know what? I was correct." And I said, "Wow, I'd never had an adult say I was correct before." But I also realized, oh, he was being polite about it. And so I actually learned a little bit about humility. I learned a little bit about working with the public. And I learned a little bit about what interpretation really was. Now, I've loved parks. And so as I grew older and older, I started volunteering at some local museums and local parks. And eventually I started to volunteer at Great Falls Park in Virginia, which is part of the George Washington Parkway. And Great Falls is where George Washington built the first major canal in North America. Later on, during high school, I had an internship at the National Archives in Washington, D.C., where the Constitution that George Washington helped create was on display. Later on, I would get a seasonal position on the National Mall, where they had the 555-foot tall monument to George Washington. Then I'd work at Independence Hall in Philadelphia, where George Washington got his commission as the commander-in-chief. From there, I would work at Mount Rushmore with a 60-foot tall head of George Washington. And then I went to the Civil War battlefield in Vicksburg, where George Washington did nothing. From there, I got my first seasonal appointment at George Washington birthplace. And later on, I worked at Thomas Stone National Historic Site for the first time. And Thomas Stone was, in truth, George Washington's lawyer. And eventually, I would join the staff at the George Washington Parkway. And I was hired for had two specialties. I was going to be focusing on colonial era politics, because that's my first specialty. The other thing I was going to be hired for was to be the presidential historian for the George Washington Parkway, because George Washington Parkway honors obviously George Washington. It has the Theodore Roosevelt Island. It has the Lyndon Baines Johnson Memorial Grove on the Potomac. Yes, that is the name of it, Lyndon Baines Johnson Memorial Grove on the Potomac, and it has the memorial for Lady Bird Johnson. And so, wait, great. Colonial history, presidential history, great. So what did I do for the next 10 years? World War II military intelligence, which I had no background on. Now, if you just north of Mount Vernon is a place called Fort Hunt. Now it's basically a picnic area. In World War II, Fort Hunt was the most top secret facility for the United States government for several years. And that's an entire new program on itself. So maybe if I come for another program, I'll tell you that story. But that being said, we are here to talk about the American Revolution. We're here to talk about the Declaration of Independence. And there we are. Now, this painting is in truth a good painting, not a great painting, but a good painting showing the Continental Congress at the time of the signing of the Declaration of Independence. It's by an artist named Robert Edge Pine. Now, if you look closely, there are empty holes in this painting because the painting was never completed. Now, most of you, but not all of you, have been to Thomas Stone National Historic Site. In the parlor, there are two big portraits of Thomas Stone and his wife, Margaret. Those portraits were done by Robert Edge Pine, the same man who did this painting. But here's the thing. Even though Robert Edge Pine painted Thomas Stone, he never got around to putting Thomas Stone in this group scene of all the signers of the Declaration of Independence before he passed away. But everyone's seen the famous painting by John Trumbull about the Declaration. In many ways, this painting is more accurate. It's better on the architecture of Independence Hall. It's better on the grouping of people at the event. But unfortunately, it was never quite completed. So let's get a little more into how the Declaration of Independence came into being. Come on. Okay, oops. So, in the spring of 1776, men were meeting at the Continental Congress, and they were sort of dickering over what they should do next. And in truth, it was a contentious situation because several of the colonies were not allowed to support independence. Maryland was one of them. New York was another. Delaware and a few other colonies were still sort of debating on whether they should support independence, but they had specific instructions that they could not formally vote for it. So you actually had this transition time when they were trying to figure out how far we can push things. In many cases, they were not legally allowed to go any further than just talk about it. They couldn't legally vote for it. The question is, why were not they legally allowed to vote for it? Because many of the colonial governments were in truth still hoping that reconciliation would occur. And there was actually rumors that the British were sending ambassadors to North America who were going to trying to bring a good offer. And so many colonies were saying, let's wait to see what the British will bring forth, what they might be able to give us, and it actually might not be that bad an idea. It might be some good things they're offering us. They were largely fighting for rights as British citizens. Many people were not fighting for rights of independence. They wanted rights as British citizens. They wanted equality. So yes, some folks wanted to hold off before they went forward with independence by seeing what the options were first. Nevertheless, there was Robert E. Lee coming forth with saying that these colonies ought to be free and independent states. And it put the question forward in Congress that they could no longer avoid because it was formally put forth. And so they had a couple weeks of debates, they had a couple weeks of negotiation, and they said, you know what, let's discuss it more thoroughly, but if we declare independence, we should have a clear indication of why we're declaring independence. So they appointed a committee of 5 men. Those men were John Adams, Thomas Jefferson, Benjamin Franklin, and 2 guys everyone always forgets about. And they, in essence, put the job of writing the Declaration on Thomas Jefferson. Now, Thomas Jefferson was a young, passionate writer. He was a trained lawyer, but he did not like doing the work of a lawyer. He just liked being passionate. And so, in truth, he was the best person to write the Declaration of Independence because he put his passion, his values, his ideas into this draft, which was in truth designed to explain why we are breaking away from Great Britain. He could have done it very easily in a very legalized term, but how many of you would not get past the first paragraph? It was all legal terms. You wanted passion, you wanted influence, you wanted something that inspires. And so really what Jefferson did when he was crafting this declaration was he did a cut and paste of dozens of different things been written over the last few years. So there's almost no original word in the Declaration of Independence except for the flourishes, the passion that took those statements, those phrases, and just gave them extra oomph. So yes, Jefferson did a great job of taking what a lot of folks have been discussing for years and had written for years, and it was just possibly the best cut and paste jobs in the history of the world. So yes, we had a good draft of the Declaration of Independence that was being done. And it did take Jefferson a few weeks to get that work done. And then Jefferson presented the Declaration of Independence, the 4-page draft, on June 28, 1776. And this is where more people get wrong than about anything else in American history. This painting is not the signing of the Declaration of Independence. It is the presentation of the draft. Now, if you look at it, they're actually handing over to President John Hancock a stack of sheets. It's the 4-page draft on June 28th. They presented it, and in truth, the men in the background even weren't all there with it at that time. Some men weren't there. In fact, Thomas Stone is one of the people, once more, not in this painting. But in this case, there's a good reason. Not intentionally, but it actually works out because Thomas Stone, we believe, had left Congress just a few days before to go down to Annapolis. So ironically, we actually know he would have been in Congress on June 28th when the draft was presented. Go figure. Every once in a while, they get things right unintentionally. But some of the men in here were actually become Congress later. Other folks were coming and going. And some folks had paintings of them that the artist John Trumbull was able to use to put everyone in there. Other folks he didn't. One person, he had no idea what he looked like, so he in truth put it in a face of the guy's son. It's close. Yeah, go with that. So in truth, this is the presentation of the draft on June 28th. But you know what? They had a few other things going the next couple of days. So they said, yeah, we'll get back to this. It's not a big deal. It's just a draft. Meanwhile, on June 28th, where Thomas Stone was the Maryland Convention in Annapolis. The Maryland Convention was a semi-independent government that had been working for over a year in Annapolis, that was working strangely side by side with Governor Robert Eden's government. And sometimes they actually were kumbaya together. Other times they had their own thing. In fact, Thomas Stone's uncle, Daniel of St. Thomas Jenifer, who was later a signer of the Constitution, was on the governor's council. And after the governor had a meeting saying, this is how we're reacting to the revolution, this is how we're reacting to the situation, Daniel of St. Thomas Jenifer would leave the council meeting, go down to the Maryland Convention and say, this is what the governor's doing. And then after he left the Maryland Convention, he'd go to the governor and tell what the Maryland Convention is doing. So in truth, Daniel of St. Thomas Jenifer, it almost seemed like he was a double or triple agent. In truth, he was just trying to make sure everyone knew what was taking place, so everyone had a rational, clear vision of what was taking place, so they would have a chance to make proper and clear decisions. What a crazy idea. Unfortunately, Virginia's governor, Lord Dunmore, the villain in much of American history, at least during the Revolution, he was riling things up. And he wrote a letter to England and basically said Maryland's governor, Robert Eden, was in cahoots with him. And this letter was captured. And all of a sudden, men in Congress, men in Maryland, the Maryland colonies wanted to gather together and basically string Governor Robert Eden up. And Eden says, I ain't that. No way, not me. I'm a nice guy, bit of a drunk, bit of a spendthrift. But I'm not a rabble-rouser. I'm not a tyrant. I'm not a bully. I'm just the guy who happens to be governor because my father-in-law is the Lord Baltimore, who's actually himself about to go down in flames. But that's a different story. So Maryland's governor was in truth a nice guy. And Thomas Stone, his uncle Daniel St. Thomas Jenifer, and other men in the Maryland Convention actually rallied around Governor Robert Eden and said, you aren't going to do anything to him. We like the guy. And President John Hancock had to back down. Okay, you Marylanders, you go be Marylanders. And this led to Maryland saying, we are going to choose our own path. And they said, we are going to vote in late June of 1776 whether we endorse independence or whether we endorse loyalty. What a crazy idea. They were going to choose their own destiny. And we do believe Thomas Stone had left Congress to be the vote. Now, there is a little bit of question, but here's the situation. When they knew they were going to have the vote, Marylanders sent a letter to President John Hancock asking that all of the delegates from Maryland in Congress be there at the vote. And President Hancock did not want to lose 1/13 of his Congress just before Congress was going to vote on independence. He said, no, the Marylanders stay in Philadelphia, those folks in Annapolis hold their vote and let Congress know one way or another. But there's evidence that Thomas Stone slipped away from Congress, went to the vote, and helped sway votes into the independence camp. Maryland chose independence, barely, because there were many loyalists in Maryland, but we chose independence. And because Governor Eden at this point, because we liked him, we were trying to protect him, he was sort of under informal house arrest, because we were trying to keep anyone from doing anything bad to him. We would then go to him and say, Governor Eden, things are changing. We can't stop it. Things are going forward. You no longer should be here. Go back to Europe, live a good long life. He wasn't run out of town. We basically said, go live a long life. And I'll go ahead and just a little side story. years later, when the revolution was over and George Washington was resigning his commission as commander-in-chief in Annapolis, Robert Eden had just returned back from England, and Governor Robert Eden was there when George Washington resigned because Eden and Washington liked one another. Well, anyway, Maryland chose independence, and Thomas Stone would race back to Philadelphia, and he arrived in Philadelphia on July 1st, 1776. And we got a blank page. Oops. Now, they would vote for independence on July 2nd. July 2nd, as you heard my tour, is our real Independence Day. Then on July 3rd, we would start to go through the draft of Thomas Jefferson's Declaration of Independence. And we did almost all the editing on July 3rd. It was a long, hard day. They actually would slowly but surely edit about 20% of the Declaration away. And Jefferson initially was miffed because he thought everything he wrote in there was passionate and great and well written. But in truth, if you've ever worked with a colleague, a coworker, or a document, you could often edit it down, tighten it up, make it smoother, make it better. Even a passionate writer like Jefferson could use an editor. So what they did was made the Declaration better. And the following morning, on July 4th, 1776, they did about 2 more hours of editing. And they took those 4 pages of edits, and they didn't go into the streets of Philadelphia and announce, "We just declared independence." No. They discussed paying a courier who had been delivering messages from General Washington to Congress. They thought that was more important. They discussed other things that afternoon. Finally, at the end of the afternoon, they took the 2 sheets, took the 4 sheets, which had been signed by only 2 men in Congress that day, President John Hancock and Charles Thompson, the Secretary of the Congress. Yes, the 2 senior paper-pushing bureaucrats in Congress signed the Declaration of Independence on July 4th, and they delivered it to a printer named John Dunlap. And John Dunlap spent all night of July 4th typesetting the Declaration of Independence with his staff. And this is where people gasp when I say next. That draft, the final draft with all the edits that Congress had, John Dunlap took those 4 sheets and tore them into smaller strips. And say you are an aide to Dunlap, you got a strip, you got a strip, you got a strip, and you got a strip, and that enabled each of his workers to typeset a small section. Then they could put all the sections together and have one big document for printing. And then they took the strips of the edit of the most iconic document of American history, and they probably just threw it in the fireplace because they had no idea what they were working with. They just thought the Declaration was a press release. No big deal. And they would, the Dunlap copies would go north, south, across the ocean to Europe. It would be reprinted in other newspapers. It was a press release. We remember the great words at top: life, liberty, pursuit of happiness. All men are created equal. In many ways, that was the obligatory header that a lot of documents had in those days. You always had this nice fancy header. It's inspirational, it's fun. But what came next was 19 grievances we had with Great Britain. And imagine you're reading a transcription in your local newspaper. One person thought grievance number 2 was great. Another thought number 7 and 9 were great. Another person thought 5 and 13 were great. Everyone found at least something they agreed with in the Declaration of Independence. And they said, wow, maybe independence is the way to go. I see something here I like. It was possibly the best written press release in the history of the world to sway public opinion at a time of crisis. It was the great press release. And then, not much happened for several weeks. Because when we voted for independence on July 2nd, 1776, finally, 12 of the states had permission, 12 of the colonies had permission to support independence. New Yorkers said, we'll think about it. We're still working on it. We don't have permission. We sort of like where you're going, but only 12 states endorsed independence. And so finally, on July 19th, they said, we ought to have a nice bureaucratic copy for our records that has all the signatures of the men in Congress who support this thing. And they had assigned the job of making the bureaucratic copy to one of the secretaries in Congress named Timothy Matlack. Now, he would start to write this document, inscribe this document, engross this document on July 19th, 1776. So tomorrow, the last day of the convention, 250 years ago, was when Matlack started to work on this project. And he would not be done with it until August 2nd, 1776. He was doing other things. It's just a declaration, no big deal. Juggling work projects, we all had a situation. Some things have more important deadlines. Now, this is the famous copy that you can see on display at the National Archives. It is almost impossible to read. So, I'm going to show a different copy. This is a copy that was made by a man named William Stone, who was absolutely no relation to Thomas Stone. In the 1820s, he was commissioned to make a very high-quality engraving based on the famous one that's now at the National Archives. Because the truth, even by the 1820s, the famous one had been shoved in drawers, exposed to light, had people smoking over it, all sorts of things happened to it. It was in pretty bad shape. So they said, we ought to have a good copy. Why not? So Stone spent the next several months making this nice engraving. Now, that being said, the famous Matlack copy was finally ready to be signed on August 2nd. But between July 19th and August 2nd, something important happened. New York said, oh yeah, we now support independence. And imagine in your own life, you had a project, halfway through the project, someone makes a big change, and it causes your project just get messy. Well, Matlack's original text was saying, the unanimous declaration of the United States of America. And in truth, it wasn't the United States because New York wasn't on board. So with New York on board, they decided to rewrite it saying, the unanimous declaration of the 13 United States of America. They actually had to make the small letters, scratch out the big letters, and put in the small letters to make it 13. And so in truth, Matlack had to scratch off the first layer of ink and put it in small letters. So, yeah, most people think that was just a fancy stylistic situation. No, it's basically a disgruntled employee having to do something because his boss said, make the change. Now, the Declaration was signed largely on July 2nd, 1776. And there were 4 Marylanders who signed the Declaration on August 2nd, 1776. But 1 month before, on July 2nd, when we voted for independence, there were 3 Marylanders in Congress that day. Thomas Stone voted for independence on August 2nd. Samuel Chase of Annapolis voted for independence on July 2nd. And John Rogers of Prince George's County, who lived about 10 miles north of here, he voted for independence on July 2nd. But John Rogers got sick. He left Congress the next few days. Oops. Oh, my. Sometimes Congress runs out of power. Anyway, John Rogers voted for independence, but he left Congress a few days later, never to return. In the next couple of weeks, 2 new Marylanders joined Congress named Samuel Chase and Charles Carroll of Carrollton. So when the famous copy was signed on August 2nd by the Marylanders, John Rogers wasn't there. John Rogers is so forgotten, we do not know where he's buried. We do not have a description of what he looks like. He has one historic marker for him in front of the courthouse in Prince George's County. And the 3 times I've been to that marker, 2 of the 3 times it's been overgrown with bushes. The guy gets no respect. He's the Rodney Dangerfield of the Founding Fathers. But let's go a little deeper into the signing of the Declaration of Independence. Once more, it's the William Stone copy that's nice and pristine. And let's see. When you look at this, let's see if I'm going to get this. Where's PowerPoint? Oops, nope, that's not what. You'll see the 4 Marylanders just underneath John Hancock. But when we think about documents, when we think about writing, we always think left to right. Well, when they started signing the Declaration, the first signatures came from New England. They started on the far right side, so you had New Hampshire, Massachusetts. They're going down the coast, they eventually got to Maryland, and they finally had the Georgians as last signers on the far left. They did right to left instead of left to right. Seems strange to us, but also if you look, there are gaps between each state clumping. And that's because delegates were coming and going all the time. As opposed to a modern Congress where they have set dates of attendance, delegates were coming and going all the time. There was no set time that they had to serve, just as long as they had enough folks for each colony, 2, 3, 7. It was okay, as long as you had enough delegates. But since people were coming and going, by having a gap, that meant you actually had space to put your name next to your fellow delegates if you came and signed the Declaration later. And the Declaration was signed over the next several months. Never on a single day in a grand ceremony like we're taught in school. It was signed over months. Most historians think the last signature was added in early 1777. I'm one of the people who think the last signature was added in 1781 by Thomas McKean when he was serving as the president of the Continental Congress. Yeah, we're talking years after the fact. He may have got around to signing it. Wow. So, let's get a little deeper into the Declaration. The separate and equal station. What? Look at that. The separate and the equal station. What the heck are they writing? Well, in those days, they had something called the long S. And the long S looks like the letter F. And sometimes they had S's in their documents, sometimes they had a long F, and it's like it drives a historian crazy because you're trying to figure out what they're writing. And sometimes you actually had words that really made things have different meanings. So let me give an example of long F causing confusion. You read the word fame, but they meant the word same. They're not the same words. You saw the word lift, but they meant the word list. They're not the same words. You saw the word fang, they meant the word sang. I've seen all these words in historic documents, in old newspapers. And I read them, I'm trying, what are they talking about? The word fail does not mean sail unless you're a really bad sailor. But sometimes the words almost match. So the word goofy makes it goofy. And yes, I was reading a historic document years ago, and I say, why are they talking about all these ruffians? And I've never been able to find out for sure if that's actually the origin of the word ruffian was actually the word Russian. I don't know. I would love, if anyone knows, let me know. But there is one example of the long F, or long S, where the F word, pardon, not touch word. The word that uses the letter F and the word that use letter S is the same. I want you to be quiet about this. I want you to think about it, and then if you like it, express yourself quite loudly. You don't get it? I guess you're single. Oh, she's not here, so that means you can get away with saying it. So, Thomas Stone was not on the committee to write the Declaration of Independence. Thomas Stone was a boring, highly detailed legal thinker. Yeah, Jefferson, great writing press release, great writing declaration. That's his style. Tom Stone was a boring details guy, and he was put on the committee the very same day that Jefferson was put on the committee to write the Declaration to create a new government, which they call the Articles of Confederation. Now, I want you to think about this. You have a couple of committees being formed. One committee is assigned to write the press release, and the other committee is being assigned to create the government of a new nation. Which committee would you assume is more important? The committee to create the government. And so that's what Thomas Stone was actively involved in. Yeah, he signed the Declaration, but he's doing something more important. And that the Declaration Committee was largely done by under the supervision of John Dickinson of Delaware. I bet a lot of you have been to his house there in Delaware. And that first draft, I'm generalizing here, had provisions that shock people today. In essence, the first draft said our new government has pathways for citizenship and voting rights for women, for Native Americans, and freed Africans. And this is in summer of 1776. They discussed this. Sadly, most of the men in Congress did not agree, and those provisions were knocked out. So yeah, the Articles of Confederation was a big deal, both for what came out of it and what they tried to prevent. Now, by early 1777, Congress said we need another copy of the Declaration. The press release copy by John Dunlap, that served its job as a press release. The engrossed copy, the one in the National Archives, it was in truth the bureaucratic copy for government records. Just a bureaucratic copy. But they needed an official copy of the Declaration of Independence. And they assigned it to a woman named Mary Catherine Goddard. Now, Congress in late 1776 ran away from Philadelphia because the British marched in. And they said, where else can we go? Let's go to Baltimore. Have any of you ever been to Baltimore? It was worse then. But the local postmistress was Mary Catherine Goddard, who also had a printing press. And they said, we first print up the official copy of the Declaration. We're actually going to make several copies so we can send the official copy to the various colonies, to few other nations, and few other folks. And her name, as the printer, was put on the bottom of the official Declaration. So yes, a woman's name is on the official copy of the Declaration. Now, war would be difficult. And that famous Declaration was shoved around, and that famous copy would be mistreated, and it really would get in bad shape. And then we had a new country to form. Other things took place. We had a War of 1812. But when the War of 1812 was over, some folks said, whatever happened to the Declaration of Independence? The only copies floating out there were typeset copies, and typeset copies are not something you want to put on your mantelpiece normally. It's not inspirational. But there was a man named Benjamin Owen Tyler, and he taught penmanship to federal employees because federal employees barely knew how to write. And at one point, Benjamin Owen Tyler was in truth traveling through Philadelphia, and he was arrested as a drunkard.
Wow.
And he said, "Hey, I know a lot of founders like Jefferson and a few other folks. I'm important. I've done some great stuff." And the mayor of Philadelphia just didn't want to deal with this, so he told the sheriff to take Benjamin Owen Tyler to the edge of the city and let him keep on going. So in truth, Benjamin Owen Tyler, he was a great guy when it came to penmanship. He was a bit of a drunk. But Benjamin Owen Tyler, somehow he got hold of the famous Declaration, the one on the National Archives, and he started to make a copy of it. There's some people who theorize he may have even taken it home to make a copy of it. Hopefully not. But whatever happened was he made a great copy. Now he added a fancy header at the top, and for some reason he highlighted random words with really bold lettering. But the body of the text and the signatures are pristine. He did this by eye, he did this by hand. He was that good of a penman with penmanship. The bulk of the Declaration was done perfectly. And then, once he had this fanciful copy, he brought it to a man named Peter Maverick. And Peter Maverick was the best engraver in North America in the 18 teens, to the point that Peter Maverick made much of the currency in those days because he invented counterfeiting techniques. And they made 300 copies of what's called the Tyler Declaration. A couple of dozen of those Tyler Declarations have survived today. One of them is maintained at Thomaston National Historic Site. Now, normally we have it on display, but right now our visitor center is going through an overhaul. We hope to have it back and on display soon. And that copy in 1818 had been purchased by the Stone family and had been on display in the house for generations. And when it became a National Park Service site, the Stone family gave it to National Park Service. It is actually one of the most amazing copies of the Declaration out there. So yes, the evolution of the Declaration, the evolution of what happened with the signatures is not what we learned in school. I thank you all very much. Does anyone have any questions?
I was still going to say, do you want to take questions?
Yeah. Yes.
Yes, I saw one of the William Stone copies 2 weeks ago at the George W. Bush Presidential Center in Dallas. How many of those were made?
The William Stone copies, that's sort of a trick question. The William Stone copies were made in I believe, 1823 or thereabouts. And he made several hundred copies of those. But in truth, that printer's plate that made it really became the almost the standard for reproducing the Declaration, because the famous copy was unreadable, but the Stone printing plate was good. So off and on, over the decades, they'd actually use that same printing plate to make more copies. Now, the initial print run, a couple hundred copies were made, but they use it over and over again. Now, I wanted you to think about this. That printer's plate was used for years. And over time, most printer plates wore out. But because still this was the best copy of the Declaration we had, it was used for years and years. And in 1976, for the bicentennial, 50 years ago, Congress passed legislation saying that that printer's plate, which still survives, would print new copies of the Declaration of Independence and given to several people and a few countries, including France. A 150-year-old printer's plate was used one more time at the instruction of Congress to make pristine copies. And if you go to the National Archives today in a side gallery, that printer's plate is on display. So yes, the Stone family copy is great. Now I'll tell you a quick story about William Stone. I mentioned that Peter Maverick was one of the best engravers in North America. To put things in perspective, William Stone had been one of his apprentices. Oh. So all the stories connect. Any other questions? Straight ahead. Yes, sir.
Yes, the one print in Baltimore, how many of those copies survived?
The Mary Catherine Goddard, once more, probably a few dozen copies were made. They said various colonial governments, a few other records were made, but only a few copies have survived. I know there's one in Independence Hall, a few are in private hands. I don't know the exact number off the top of my head. But Mary Catherine Goddard, once more, is one of those famous people who deserves a little more attention. She's unfortunately one of these people that she was brilliant, she was hardworking, but technically her print shops were owned by her brother, who was a bit of a scoundrel, and so he basically had her run the business for him. So if he was sued, the print newspaper would not be hit. And so there's this lot of family politics involving Mary Catherine Goddard and her brother. But she's one of those people who deserves more attention. We have a question back there. Yes.
Okay. Why do we call it the Declaration of Independence when it doesn't say anything about independence in the actual document?
Wonderful question. Why do we call the Declaration of Independence when it does not have the word independence in it? Well, in truth, what happened was it got that name sort of over time. We sort of took the idea of independence and made the declaration, that press release. We gave the press release basically a fanciful title, and it works. It's short, it's snappy. What's more, that's what you want. You want those bullet point phrases. You want those snappy phrases, and you don't get much better with the Declaration of Independence. A question way in the back. Yeah. Yes.
Were there any other similar documents issued by the states? You mentioned it was a copy and paste job. Where did they copy from?
Okay, if I think I understood the question, did the various colonies and states have their own Declaration of Independence? Yes, depending on how you classify it, some were just like a few sentence statements, others were a few paragraphs, some were a little bit longer. But depending on how you classify the various documents, there are over 300 documents that some have stretched to saying are Declaration of Independences. And so there's lots of places you can visit. They say, oh, North Carolina has the first Declaration of Independence. Some folks up in Harford County, Maryland, had the first Declaration. There's lots of places that you sort of can phrase anything as the first Declaration. And most were basically saying, in some cases, saying, we support the movement for independence. We're saying we should go this direction, or in some cases we're saying we are giving our delegates in Congress permission to vote for independence. And so what actually classifies as the first Declaration of Independence is really a matter of debate. Even Maryland, on July 27th and July 28th, when they were basically had the Maryland Convention, basically Maryland declared its own independence on June 28th. And then Tom Stone raced back to Philadelphia with the news, and then we had the national independence on July 2nd. So Maryland was its own country when it declared independence. We, in truth, had 13 individual countries when we declared independence. We were not a single nation. We were 13 countries in a military alliance. We were NATO. We all had a common enemy of Great Britain, and that's what the Articles of Confederation said. We were a military alliance with a common enemy, and that military alliance worked well to win the war. Once the war was over, well, guess what? We really didn't like each other that much, and so in the post-war years, we were bickering and arguing and getting on each other's nerves. So, in truth, what classifies Declaration of Independence is a matter of often semantics. Yes, sir.
There is, I'm sure you're familiar with the legend where John Hancock's signature was made so large that the King of England could read it. Is there any evidence at all that the king read the Declaration of Independence?
Okay, let's do this. This will be a two-part question.
Okay.
First of all, there's the story that John Hancock wrote his signature so large that King George could read it without spectacles. In truth, that story came several years after the fact, and John Hancock was said that he made the signature so large that John Bull, which is basically their equivalent of Uncle Sam, sort of their character of what England represented, that John Bull could see his signature. But the problem with that story is, one, that story was several years after the fact, but also John Hancock always wrote his signature in a large, fanciful way. He's just that type of guy. And so, yes, he was just a self-promoter. So, that being said, there's another legend that on July 4th, 1776, King George III wrote in his diary something along the lines of, "Nothing happened today." What's more, that is a myth, because King George III never had a diary. So it's sort of hard to write something if you don't have the book to write it in. Where that story comes from is, in truth, the King of France, one of those Louis, I can't remember which one, had been writing about how he went off hunting and he didn't catch anything that day, and he said, basically his diary was just nothing, which meant he caught nothing. And the day the king wrote that was the day that the Bastille was attacked. So in truth, they took a French story about the French king and put it on the British king. No big.
And then did the king actually read the Declaration of Independence?
Now, King George III, he was in truth slow to pick up on the situation. And really, it's one of these things that he really still thought that for a while, even with some fighting taking place, that reconciliation was possible. And in part, that's one of the reasons why he had sent General Howe and Admiral Howe across the Atlantic Ocean in the summer of 1776. Even though they brought with them a large invasion force, that invasion, but still, the Howe's primary thing was not to lead an invasion force, but they were there to negotiate a reconciliation. So King George really thought that reconciliation was possible. And he said, "Howe brother and the other Howe brother, just go tell them, yeah, we forgive you, and you colonies just stay back in your subservient state." That's all the Howe brothers were allowed to give the colonies. It wasn't a very good deal. Now, when the British didn't land in August 1776 and they heard about the Declaration, the Howe brothers, in truth, they had their instructions to try to reconcile with the colonies. And they sent a letter to Congress saying, "Can we meet?" Many men in Congress, in essence, said, "No! We've already declared independence. We had nothing to reconcile." But a few men in Congress, with Thomas Stone being one of the most vocal men, said, "No, let us hear what the British have to say." And this one incident, that is the source of one of the biggest misunderstandings about Thomas Stone. Many people think this shows that Thomas Stone still, in August 1776, still had loyalty tendencies to Great Britain. Really what was going on was Thomas Stone and other men in Congress never believed that reconciliation was going to take place anymore. The chance was lost. But by sending a delegation to meet with the Howe brothers, and the delegation ended up being John Adams and Benjamin Franklin, it showed we tried to hear what the British had to offer one more time. So with the loyalists who were still in the States, the fence sitters of the States, it showed we tried one more time. It didn't work. It was basically one giant act of public relations to show we tried one more time. Any other questions? Well, then I thank you all very much. Now, unfortunately, I do have to apologize. I do need to get back to Thomas Stone because I still have to shut down the cash register. So, but you'll see me later on tonight at dinner.
Okay.
Thanks very much.
Don't forget to take your vote. Thank you for being with us. Thank you very much for being Hopefully they're still getting sound. Okay, so at this point, we're going to do our volunteer recognition. I mentioned some names associated with the convention itself before, but we like to recognize all of our volunteers who help make the club run. It takes a small army. This club is all volunteer run. Nobody gets paid to do any jobs around here, so we have some extremely talented people who do a lot of stuff for us, and we're just lucky to have them. So I like to recognize them every year when we do these conventions. So if you, I'm going to name off some things here. If you do any of these roles, if you could please stand and remain standing so we can recognize your efforts. If you are or have ever been a forum moderator. If you are or have ever been on the awards committee. If you are or have ever been on the elections committee. If you are or have ever been an editor for the master database. If you have served as a master traveler or park traveler award reviewer. Remember, if you stood up, stay up if you can. Yeah, stay up if you can. We want to see the visual on this. If you are or have ever been a regular wiki contributor, you contribute to the wiki site. If you have ever hosted a member meetup event. If you have been a convention host or volunteer. Okay, sure I missed some people there, but I want to take a look around and on all of these people. I want to thank these people a lot because if we didn't have people doing this kind of stuff, we wouldn't be here right now. So I want to give a special round of applause to everybody who volunteered. I'm sure I missed some people, and there are those that could not be here in person with us today, but I would like to send a huge thank you out there on behalf of NPTC to anybody and everybody who volunteers to make our club a fun and valuable resource for our members. Thank you very much. I also want to acknowledge those who support the National Park Service through volunteer work. I know we have a few. If you could stand if you volunteer for the Park Service and be recognized. Thank you. Okay, so now we're going to move into our official business meeting, the reason we have these conventions in the first place. I want to start by reviewing our minutes from the 23rd annual convention meeting in Hot Springs, Arkansas last year. The minutes have been posted online and are also in the convention edition of your stamp pad. That was emailed to everyone this Wednesday, I believe, and you also could have picked up a paper copy here as well. We opted to not print quite as many. We're trying to move to the digital direction on that, but some people like the paper copies, so we still do it. Does anybody have any corrections or changes to the minutes from last year's meeting? Okay, hearing none, I'd like to call for a motion to approve the minutes.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Okay, motion to approve was passed unanimously. The President's report and Membership Director's report have been also placed in the convention edition of SandPad, so I encourage you to review those if you haven't already. I would now like to ask David Vickers to come to the front as the Election Committee Chair. He's going to give us the outcome of this year's election.
Hi, hello, good afternoon. Wow.
Gotta kiss it.
Thanks. First, I'd like to mention that the Elections Committee is also comprised of Pat Hurl and Pam Ludwig. Thank you for your service. Just a little quick overview. We met in March. We set the election date as July 13th. Then we published an election schedule on April 7th. We opened up nominations on May 26th, and those were closed on June 13th. 6 persons self-nominated for 4 officer positions. For Secretary and Treasurer, 1 person each. For Membership Director and the Member at Large, number 2, 2 persons self-nominated for those. Candidate answers to questions were published on June 21st, and then the election opened the next day on June 22nd. 2 reminders were sent out on a weekly basis, and then the election ended earlier this week on July 13th. The Election Committee met last night to tally the results. There were a total of 338 certified ballots. For Secretary, the first 2 will be unopposed positions. The first is the Secretary, and Craig Bailey was reelected with garnering 320 votes. For Treasurer, Jim Soares, who is not here with us this afternoon, 318 votes. For Membership Director, Missy Smith, 204 votes, and Ross Iosefson, 106 votes. So Missy is going to be the new Membership Director. For Member at Large number 2, Mike Brown received 172 votes, and David Cruz received 146 votes. So Mike Brown has been reelected and will be will continue in that capacity as Member at Large. This year we had 1 proposed bylaw amendment. Essentially it was to increase the self-nomination duration period relative to the election date, and that passed pretty much overwhelmingly. Yes, 303 votes, and no, 35 votes. These results were reported to the Executive Board this morning, and of course here at the annual meeting this afternoon. So on behalf of Pam and Pat and the Elections Committee and those who helped us, congratulations and thank you to all the candidates for your service to NPTC. Thank you.
Okay, big thanks to Dave and other members of your committee, Pat and Pam. Thank you so much for providing. This is a very important service for this club, and we appreciate their efforts on that. The new board will take effect 3 weeks from today, so that date is August the 8th. The new people, I guess, well, Missy, you're the only new person, but that transition will take place at that point. So Mike Browning will remain the membership director until August 8th, and then after that, Missy will take the place. So by the time we have another meeting in September, we will have changed those positions. Okay, now let's move into the fun stuff. So many of you probably don't know this, but the registration system that we have for the convention, which was so beautifully designed by Alex and Scott, that we started in 2021, we had started at number 1 for the registrations. And, about the first 30 were throwaways while we were trying to make it work. And after that, the numbers don't stop. They go up every single year. And this year, we happen to have a registration number 1776. So on the board, we thought it would be fun to give the person who got registration 1776 a little something special, a little award. So that person is Lisa Dvorak. We know what size t-shirt she wears because she ordered one. So we got her a nice 1776. Okay, so now I'm going to open the floor to member Q&A. Do we have the card? I know somebody filled out some cards. Where are the cards, the questions? Can you get those, Craig? I know there were a few on the table. We're going to do member Q&A. So there were a few people that filled out the cards I mentioned earlier. I'm going to do those questions, and then if anybody else has questions, you can just raise your hand. Give him a second here to bring those back. And then after we do Q&A, we're going to go into doing the door prizes. Did everybody get their door prize ticket? Yes. If you don't have one yet, let's get one here. Anybody else not get a ticket? Come up here and get it. Don't stay back there. I'm not going to come back there.
Make sure they don't have 2, David.
I really don't think it increases your chances. What? Okay. Yeah, Stacy can have one. And if there are any other adults in that room, they can have one, Scott. I don't know if they hit the kids' room with these or not. Anybody else need one?
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, so I got a couple of questions here that people put on cards, so we want to do those. And it really is helpful. We have started this a couple of years ago. We have these out at registration, at the registration table when you come in. If you have a question that you want to ask, if you could please, just write on the back of the card, leave the card. And it's easier for us because the people at home watching, if you're talking way back there, they're not picking up the sound, they can't really hear it. It might want to be a question that they'd like to have answered too. So if you can, future conventions, if you're there, look for these cards and write on that, because it doesn't seem like we've got many people to be doing it, but it does help. So this one says, why can't we have a contest to determine the logo? Put it out to the membership and see what kind of logo we get. So I'm assuming that they're talking about maybe the convention logo. I'm not going to change the club logo, obviously. So I don't know. I know Mike Brown designs most of the logos. I don't know if you want to try to address that or not. I think that.
Yeah, he does great.
I think that we've had some suggestions over the years of different stuff. I don't know if I know there was when we did the virtual convention, the virtually everywhere is what I suggested in the forums about doing the proto logo. But I don't know that we've ever kind of just opened that for comments about what you'd like to see on a logo. I would guess most of the board would be open to that. But yeah, I don't know. So I'm not sure quite how to answer that question, but we'll take it under consideration. That's right. Okay. The next question is basically,
One, I think we get it every year. Why do you hold the convention in the summer? The heat of summer, most folks look retired.
We're all tired. We're all tired.
I have answered this question several times. How many people in this room, raise your hand if you've ever read the NPTC bylaws? Actually read them. Okay. It is in the bylaws that we have our convention in the summer. The word summer. Summer falls between June 22nd and September 22nd. Most times they've had the convention mid-July to mid-August because when the convention started there were a lot of people who had kids. The kids are in school. They don't get out of school until late June. They don't want to do 4th of July. They got to go back to school in August. So mid-July, mid-August, that's just when it's always been. It doesn't mean that we haven't had it later. In 2016, we did it during the National Park Centennial. The convention was late August. We have had it, a little bit earlier and a little bit later in July. But yeah, that's the reason that we have it in the heat of summer is because we have to have it during the summer. Now, if we go to New England, maybe it's not so hot. If we go to Southeast, it's hot. Southwest, it's hot. Here it's hot. I mean, you can't you're not going to get away from the heat if you want to do every region. So that's why we do it. But I don't think, not everybody attends every convention. I think we get probably, we have 3,600 members. We've had 300, just over 300 sign up this year. So we usually get an 8 to 10% turnout of membership for the conventions. It's not always the same people. If we held a convention in June and, a lot of people didn't come, then a lot of people didn't come. It's not like you could never do it. It's like, kids are out of school usually about the second week of June. If you had a convention in like the third week of June, I don't think that it's impossible to do it, but it's something that we just never came up before. And, you're also looking at when the park can do the convention, when the host can do the convention, and if you're not out there making a proposal of when to do the convention, then you're not just going to be able to just tell people when to do the convention, because it doesn't really work that way. You have to have someone who's willing to do the work, to put it together, and to host and all that kind of stuff, and we can't just force them to do something that they're not able to do just because other people want to do it. So it has to be something that works for the people who are actually doing the work to put it together. And there's sometimes when the park that you're looking at, maybe they can't do it either. If you take something like the Kenilworth Aquatic Gardens, when I was doing the convention for DC, they really wanted me to avoid the dates where the Lotus and Water Lily Festival have going on, because they just have so many people. Like it's like the Grand Canyon on a opening weekend or something. It's just you can't deal with having your rangers go to this kind of stuff if they're needed for all the people that are coming for that. So the park doesn't really want to do that either. So it's just a lot of people who have to be on board with the date that you're doing in order to do it during those times.
Yvonne.
Yep.
Maybe I could lend some ideas. The reason why we put that in the bylaws the way that we did is because, number one, a lot of people that we have in the club are either were or are school teachers who were out in that time period. A lot of others were parents whose children were out of school at that time. So it was practical for all of them to travel to our convention, and that's why we wrote it that way in the bylaws.
Yeah, I don't know. I've always kind of thought about this. This club started with, 20 people? How many people were at that first convention, or second convention where you guys wrote the...
24.
24 people. 24 people. Think about how many people we have in this room right now and how many members we have in the club. We're now up past like 3,600 members. Wow. They had 24 members. You only had to make 24 members happy about what you were going to do. have those situations. Now, people have said, well, how can we change that? The only way you're going to change that is if you change the bylaws. And I don't think that most of the people in the club would vote to change the bylaws, because this is just kind of the tradition that we've always followed, and I think it's mostly worked for most people over the years. But to be honest, that's the only way it changes when we have it. Okay, so does anybody else, those are the only cards I have. Does anybody else have a question that you want to bring up?
I would suggest that there be a change to bylaws to accommodate the southern states and make it like the last week in December, and make it every 4 years.
You know the last week in December is Christmas, right? So what she was saying is that we should change the bylaws to where we don't have to do it that way, and you could have something in the last week of December so that you could do it in a southern state where it's a lot hotter, you know, and it's not hotter that time of year. Okay, so let me explain a couple of things here. Every member of this club is eligible to submit a bylaws amendment. The board does not take direction from members to submit bylaws amendments. If we choose to submit a bylaw amendment as a member, we can choose to do that. If you'd like to do that, you cannot tell us to just do it. You have to be willing to do it. You have to be willing to rewrite what's in the bylaws, submit it during the election period, and have people vote on it. The membership votes on, just like we did with the amendment that we voted on this year. Somebody has to submit it, they have to say what they want to change the language to, and people have to vote on it. But the board isn't going to just, you just don't tell us, hey, can you change this? And we go and make that amendment, you know, change. Roland?
Yvonne, I was going to say essentially that same thing. And I was going to encourage members too. Our bylaws are out on our website. Go read them, because the very procedure that she just outlined is laid out in detail in the bylaws to do exactly that thing. So if you have an idea, it doesn't have to be this idea. If you have any idea, go read the procedure in the bylaws and begin to follow it, and you can help shape this club for its future.
Yeah, this is not the club. I feel like sometimes that people out there think the club bylaws are like those little agreements that you have to sign when you sign up for some website that's got like 500 things that you can't understand. The bylaws are they're very well written. They're very easy to understand just reading them. Most people can just read it and understand what the rules are. And I encourage every member to know what those bylaws say, because that way you have a better idea of why we do these things, and we don't have to answer the same question over and over again, and we don't have to have a situation where people are saying, why are you doing this or that. So I encourage everybody to read those, because that's a very important part of how the club operates, and every member should know that information. Anybody else have in the back?
I just also want to add to that this has always been a member-driven club, and if you think an event over the winter or cooler weather would work, you can plan a member meetup as big or as small as you want the member meetup to be. The conventions are member-driven proposals for what comes together, and you can put together a plan for a meetup, and with plenty of advance notice and great speakers like the arrangement we have today, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, and to your point, I've talked to a couple people. Carl is one of those people. He lives in southern Florida. We've talked about for years of doing the whole concept of a mini convention, which is like not a big thing like we do like this, but still more similar to what we used to do with conventions, where it's like a Friday night, Saturday, go home on Sunday, just like a little kind of bigger than a meetup, but not as big as a regular convention. And you can have it at different times of the year where you can go to those hotter places.
At his house?
Or colder, I
I have a question. Insofar as the bylaws stipulate the summer, not necessarily the 2 months that we do it in, July and August, we could have one in the second or third week of September.
True. Yeah, it does say summer. So that the point was that summer falls between June, and so you could have something in like the second or third week of September. Now you got Labor Day in there. We've always tried to avoid those holidays because a lot of times people are making other plans around those holidays. So you've got, you got 4th of July, you've got Labor Day in there in that time frame.
Just to continue to echo what what the leaders have been saying, put in an RFP. We have a convention. There's a calendar on the website. Put in an RFP for the time of the year that you want it, with the park. Do the legwork. Talk to the park. Find the hotel. Put it in. And if September, the second week of September, works out and the board approves it, I mean, we're good to go. And then you plan it.
Yeah. You plan it. Yeah, you plan it. Okay, anybody else? Any other questions? Somebody in the back. You have your hand up in the back, or are you just pointing at somebody? Anybody else? Speak.
Sorry, I'm not very loud. For convention planners, I know that we discussed this earlier, but having help to folks to plan convention, I see you one at this convention being very tired.
Okay.
Discuss kind of a professional planner.
Yeah.
Help us out. Has there been any more discussions about that on the board level or something? I don't know how. I haven't seen more of it on the boards.
Yeah.
I just was wondering, as a professional event planner, contract been discussed to our
Okay, so the question was whether or not we've ever discussed having a professional convention planner help, put these things together. Yeah, I mean, I think we've had that discussion. I don't think we've come to the conclusion that we necessarily need to pay someone to plan the conventions. I think that it is getting harder with the number of people. I mean, you see the space that we're in. This area doesn't boast a lot of hotels with large meeting space. I mean, this is barely capacity for us. So it's difficult when you go to some places, and we've always said it's oftentimes a lot easier to and a lot more positive response to go to areas that have the smaller parks. They're more likely to work with us on these things. One, because they're not already getting the crazy visitation that we're doing, and two, because they don't have crazy visitation to where they actually have time to do the things that we would like them to do, like being our guest speakers and stuff like that. So when you go to those sites, they're often in places like this that don't have a lot of big meeting space because they don't do a lot of big meetings. And it's gotten to a point, when they first started, the first convention that I went to, 2010, I believe, at El Malpais, we had about 60 people in the theater at the park. That's where we had our convention meeting. We can't do that anymore. I mean, Chamasal, we got away with it because they have that big theater. But most parks that we work with, they don't have that kind of space. We have to have a space, a hotel kind of space, convention kind of space. So we had the community center the one year. We just have to have a lot of space, and it's hard to get that in some places. But we have discussed that. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I think the intricacies of what we do with these conventions, working with the parks, the meeting that we're doing. Most event planners, they're used to doing large trade shows, weddings, stuff like that. It's not really the kind of thing that they understand, when we're trying to tell them what we want to do. So we're not really thinking that it's a point where somebody like that would be the most help. Now, as far as myself, now, I know, yes, I'm very tired. I tend to be a little bit of control freak. So doing these kind of things, I like to try to be in control of what's going on. I think in my family, several of us, we have those kind of visionary things where you kind of see everything, how you want it played out, how you want it to do, and a lot of times it doesn't come out that way, but you tend to want to control it because you're trying to get it to come out that way, and that's just the type of person that I am. I was also raised very self-sufficient, so it's very hard for me to say I need help. So that's just me. I think there's been plenty of conventions where people have, asked for lots of hands, and I think people have been more than willing to help if you ask. So, that's not something. It's not like I asked people to help and they said no. I don't want you to think that's the case. But that's certainly something that that's kind of what I mean with my personality. So. Okay, any other questions?
How far out do you guys start planning? Like, I know next year's is in North Dakota, but how far out do you project and start talking about where we can do these things?
So the question is, how far in advance do we plan these conventions? So we have a dedicated rotation of the areas. So we know where the conventions are going to be. In terms of the region. Some regions are bigger than others, so there's more choices. Some are smaller. I mean, obviously DC is DC. I mean, we knew where it was 5 years in advance. So it just depends, but we've been trying to hit like an 18-month goal. So typically we're trying to get proposals for like a year and a half later. So like this fall, we'll want to get the proposals for like 2028 in the North Atlantic region and try to have the board be able to pick a location maybe by like February. So we're trying to kind of hit that 18-month cycle. We got it out a little bit late for next year than that, but mostly that's the goal that we're trying to hit. Anybody else?
Where can we find out more information about volunteering?
Volunteering in general, or the question was where can you find information about volunteering? Are you talking about volunteering in general for the club or volunteering for a convention?
Both.
Well, the convention it's a little bit different than just volunteering in general. We often have people post in the forum when they need help with certain things. And you can volunteer if you watch the forums. You can see that come up and volunteer. The convention, if you want to be a host, that requires a little more effort. That requires you to go out. Basically, what we look for in a proposal, the first proposal that you submit has to have at least 3 elements. You have to have a date. You have to have a somewhat of a commitment from the park. We usually ask that you have something in writing saying that they're interested at least and they're kind of willing to do it. And then you have to have hotel proposals. And we have, Carl mentioned the RFP. That's called a request for proposal. If you're not familiar with that, it basically, it outlines everything we need for a convention, the meeting space, the sleeping rooms, the different types of banquet things that we might do at the hotel. And we put all that into a document that you can give to hotels areas that you're scouting in. You can give that to hotels, and it gives them the information they need to give you a proposal, like a quote of what those costs would be. And then you incorporate that into your proposal to the board to host the convention. And so those are the types of things you have to do if you wanted to volunteer to host the convention. Now, if you just want to volunteer at the convention, once it's been established, then you would just want to reach out to whoever is the host and offer yourself. I had people at the end of last year's convention, I had people already sending me PMs saying, hey, I want to volunteer next year. Well, I didn't know what the needs would be quite yet, so I just told them, I'll get back to you, I'll put out a list, So you can look for that, when we're ready to have people volunteer for different roles during the convention, you can look for that, information on the forums as well. And I highly suggest, I want to say one thing. As many of you know, this is my last year as president. I'm not going to run again next year. Somebody better run, because we need to have a president. But it's not going to be me. And I just feel like, at this point, I just want to say, and I don't want this to come off as me being rude or condescending to anybody or anything like that. But I have had probably 20 or 25 people during this convention who have, stopped me in the hall and said, where is this? Or what time is this? Or what am I signed up for? Or things like that. I tried to put out so much information on everything about this convention. I tried to put out, there's a schedule posted on a board out in the hallway. There were things posted online. When you come to these conventions, you kind of got to be an adult and kind of take care of yourself. I mean, I feel like sometimes people just rely on us for this information, but I'm like trying to do 50 other things. To walk you through the convention. You just really got to be. Now, I know there was a problem with the registration system where people were trying to click on review to see. I got a few PMs about that, and I worked with Alex to try to get that fixed. And that's not on you, obviously. There's no way for you to see. And I realize people register. We got registration started way early this year, and people maybe just didn't even remember what they registered for. I get it. That the system should have worked. That's on us to make sure the system worked. But otherwise, just please, try to help us out, and read the information that we're sending and keep up with that kind of stuff, because it does make it hard on us when we're trying to set up things and make things flow for people to stop you 15 times to ask you these questions on information that we already sent out 12 times. So I just want to put that out there, because I feel like that happens, over the years that's happened several times, even if I'm not hosting. I mean, in 2022, when Sharon and Paul were hosting, I had hosted in 2021, and for some reason everybody thought I was, still hosting, and we're asking me, and I'm like, I don't even know. You need to talk to the people who are hosting, So, yeah, I mean, it's just one of these things that, I'll call it a pet peeve, I'll call it whatever, but it would be helpful, I mean, and I don't want that to sound like I'm trying to be mean to anybody, but just, it really would be helpful time-wise, not to have to, walk people through everything 15 times. But anyway, so I don't know if I answered the question or not. I think I got off track.
One more comment on the question on volunteering. I would really encourage, and I've seen people do this on the posts, but don't wait to be asked. If you really want to volunteer, also put yourself out there to say, hey, I'd like to help the club in any way possible, or these are my interests in the club. I guarantee you, when I've seen people do that, you'll get a response maybe from Mike about the wiki, or from Robbie about the award review, or lots of other people that need help with things. And it's not just about being asked, but saying, I'd really like to volunteer. I love the club and I'd like to help out. And I guarantee you, people will definitely respond to you and say, I'd love your help with this. If you have an interest in in writing, then maybe you can help with the stamp pad. I mean, people will definitely take you up on it if you put yourself out there. So.
Definitely, yeah. I mean, Missy approached me last year asking about how she could volunteer, and I had told her that Mike, needed some help with the membership director, or might even possibly be stepping down, and now she's our new membership director. So yeah, definitely, whatever your skill is, I'm sure we have a place for it. So don't be afraid to put yourself out there.
Maybe the volunteer thing, we could run a list of the needs of the club in the newsletter and on the forum, and perhaps set up an email address for volunteer at, and then the members could go to that email address. Someone would be monitoring that, and then where they see they want to help somewhere, we would always have a list of items, and then they could pick what they want from that list.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm not sure. Is Alex in here? Alex, we don't have like limit on how many emails we can have, do we? The at Park Stamps email? Okay. So yeah, we could establish something like that for sure. Somebody to volunteer to monitor. She's volunteering. See?
Volunteer for
Good. Okay, anybody else have questions? Okay, so I want to remind everyone, just before we do the door prize thing, I want to remind everyone, please fill out those surveys, the post-convention surveys. Like I said, we've changed some of the stuff that we're doing. We got new stuff that we're doing. We added, 2 new types of things this year, and we got some new kind of stuff that were based on, some of that stuff was based on comments that we got in those surveys. So please do remember to fill those out. Okay, so we're going to do the door prizes. Everybody got their tickets there. I need a Vanna White. Don't have a Vanna White? Somebody to be my sidekick. So, we always do this. Where's Pat? Pat, did you bring the thing? Or is it in the bag?
Yes.
Okay. We have a couple of really, really nice stuff we're going to give, and we always do that at the top because everybody's got their tickets still at the top. So we want people to have the most opportunity, the most people to have the opportunity. Before Pat does her thing, though, we have something else. So, as many of you probably remember, at last year's convention, we have comp rooms associated with our contract at this hotel, and there were about 5 people who got those last year. Well, we booked enough rooms to be able to give away 4 more of those at the convention here. Now, it's only good for this hotel this year. So if you win and you're not staying at this hotel, it's not going to do you any good. It's not going to be good next year or any other year. It's only this year. The other caveat that I will make is that, and I don't see any reason this would be the case, but those comp nights are earned. We get 1 comp night for every 30 nights that we book. Any number of people together who we collect up 30 nights, we get 1 comp night. So right now we have an additional 4 to use. But if for some reason, I mean, this is really the last night, and not a lot of people staying past tonight. So we don't expect to lose numbers. But, had we done that, then we would have less rooms. But I will say that the process for applying those has been a little bit tedious. So you may or may not be able to actually see that deducted from your bill when you check out. It may be a situation where they're going to have to refund you after the fact or something like that. I'm not sure how fast, because it took us a while to even get the ones applied for the people that already had them. So, but just if you win, we're gonna try to make sure that you at least get that money applied somehow. So just want to put that out there, that I don't want anybody coming to me saying that when they checked out they didn't get their free room. So just
the refund.
just
whatever.
bear with us on that. So we're gonna draw for those 4 first, and then we got some other really nice stuff we're gonna draw for. So somebody pull the first ticket. And these are the first 3 numbers are always going to be the same, I'm pretty sure. But so this is everybody your ticket. Look at your ticket. Does everybody start with 945? Yes. Okay, so I'm just going to start reading the last 3 numbers because everybody's got the same first number. So the first number is 622.
622.
All right.
I'm not at this hotel.
You're not. That just doesn't.
Could I have
do
one
any
of
good.
the other things instead?
Yeah, keep your ticket then, because it's not going to do you any good.
Well, but since I won, can I have one of the other prizes?
No.
Can you have one of the other prizes?
Sure.
One or the other. Yeah, I mean probably not
one of the certificates.
The big nice stuff. Yeah, we can give you one of the other things. Let's see.
I'll take it if you don't want it.
He wants something. He won. Okay, we gotta write this. Okay, so we'll give you one of these. Do you want a president's dinner?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll give him the president. There you go. Okay. Oh, Scott, wait, Scott, you gotta draw. You gotta draw. You gotta draw the next one. Okay, the next number is 594. 594. In the back? Can you write the hotel? Okay, just write like hotel. Just so I know what hotel it is. Oh, we just decided this morning, so we're kind of. Oh. Now you staying here, right? He's not staying in a hotel. We're gonna have a hard time giving these away. You want dinner? Yeah, you can use it anywhere. Or you can do a t-shirt or whatever you want. Okay. Well, just, that's what I'm saying. It could be a different country. Whenever. These are good at any country. Alan, wait, you gotta draw a number.
You gotta draw a number, Alan.
Okay. I see.
605.
605? 605.
Wait, don't go away.
We might have to do another one. Anybody have 605? Going once? Going twice?
What about the other room?
No good. Okay. Right on. Yeah. Okay. Okay, 623. 623. Anybody have 623?
Is she staying
It's your lucky day, but not really. Yeah, they did. That happened, I think it was hours. Yeah. Okay, here you go. You want another one? Now your girlfriend can come with you. Okay. Your girlfriend can get dinner too. Here, you gotta draw the next person. Draw the next person. Don't draw 24. Okay. 559. 559. Anybody have 559? Going once? Going twice? Scott, do you know what Stacy's number is?
Not that one.
I should get over here in time. Okay, no good. Draw another one. Now draw again. Draw again, it's no good. Okay. All right. 5, 6, 7. 5, 6, 7. Anybody have 5, 6, 7? How we have so many numbers? I think we got tickets left. That's why there's so many numbers and nobody here. Yeah. Okay. Keep drawing. Just keep drawing. Just keep
Dig deep.
Okay, 617. Oh. Up. Yay. Finally somebody. No hotel? You realize this is just increasing all of your chances here, right? Well, you want a dinner? You got t-shirts and we gotta draw another one. Gotta draw another. Wait.
Gotta draw a number.
Okay. Next one. 560. 560. Go down 560. Going once. Going twice. No. No good.
Missy, if you want those state parks, pick my number.
Okay, we're going down here. 473. 473. Oh. I'm gonna get away. Hold down. Nobody gets a free night. We don't have anything to give you. She's gonna write your name down. We just voted on this morning. We didn't produce any pieces of paper. Okay. All right. 677. Oh, got another winner. You staying here, Ron? You're in the hotel. He's in the hotel. We don't have any paper to give you. Just put your name down and we're going to see that you get one. Just draw K-N-U-R. No, K-N-U-R. Okay, good. Okay, 676. Oh, wait, I'm going to go to 677. You don't have anybody with you, though, so they won't be that. 676. Anybody got 676? Hey, okay. I'm mixing them up. I don't know. I know you guys are staying here. It's been a constant in the elevator every day. Okay, draw another. Carol, draw the next person. Okay, go back down again. 453. 453. Anybody have 453? Going once, going twice? Okay, no good. I'll just let Monica pick the next one. No. 582. 582. 582. Anybody have 582? Going once, going twice? No, no good. Okay, 474. 474, yay! All right. I'm lucky up to 3 of those, or is that the 4th one? Okay, so we got all the hotel rooms out. Yeah, well, we're just going to give them their names. We don't have any pieces of paper to give them. Oh, you got 2 there. Okay. We got 3 of them.
What are we drawing for now?
We got like 4 of them.
What are we drawing for?
One, make sure you only got 1.
What are we drawing for?
Hold on, I'm gonna tell you before I say the number. She can't stand up here forever, okay? Yeah, you can go sit down, it's okay. All right, so, Pat.
Yvonne.
Pat has made these beautiful quilts for us every year the last few years. Show the people what you got there, Pat.
Number 4 in a series of 9. After 9.
For those of you who haven't been to a convention before, she's been doing these in the region color. Each one has a special label on it that says that it's from the Mid-Atlantic Convention this year. You know, for each whatever the convention is. Except for one year she put the same. Okay, so here's the number. We ready?
Yep.
460.
Hey.
Oh, we got a winner. Where are you? Oh, it's Bob. Bob's one lucky duck. They won twice last year. No, we don't have the rest of it. Okay, Paula, you can draw another here. Draw the next person. Okay. All right, so we're going to have some more really nice notes. Where's Roland? Roland, stand up, Roland. Roland has donated. Where are the pictures? Where's the slide with the pictures?
Wait until you're telling me.
Yeah, put the slide up. Roland has donated these. These are about a $90 retail Timex watches, never taken out of the package. They have a different national park on each one. First person to come up is going to get their choice of park. Can you just put these out? There are 4. So first person's going to get a chance to get one of 4, whatever park they want. And then the next person will choice of 3, next person choice of 2, okay? All right? So here's the first number. Everybody paying attention. 671. 671. Oh, we got a winner. They're getting them out here. You can choose which one. See which one. I think it's Yellowstone, Arches, Denali, Grand Canyon. Okay. All right. So you got to draw the next person here. Draw the next one. Okay. All right. Next one. You're going to get a choice of the other 3. 689. Huh?
Make a lovely stocking stuffer.
Okay, pick the next number though. Don't run away yet. Digging deep.
What's your number, Dan?
Pick her husband. All right. Okay, 508. 508 in the back. Ooh, it's 5 o'clock already. No. Yeah, go ahead. All right. Next number, 592. 592. The back row's got it all going on back there. Get the last one. All right. Next number is, oh wait, gotta tell you what it is because that was the last one, right? Yeah. So we're gonna do the baskets now. Normally I would try to do the President's Dinner, but we took all those up with people that weren't staying in the hotel. So, we're gonna do the basket. These are gift baskets. These are mostly stuff we got donated by Eastern National. There's some nice 250 T-shirts in there and a gift certificate for the U.S. Park Pass website where you can get your National Parks Pass, $50 gift certificate for that, and some other little stuff that Eastern National was so nice to donate to us. So if you already have passport stuff, give it to your friends, promote the program. But these are some nice stuff. So first number is 606. 606. Going once. Going twice. No? Okay. One of these would be my number for all I know. I forgot to give mine out. All right. Next number, 583. 583. Takers? No? No? One more time. Third time's a charm. Okay, 544. 544. Hey! Okay. They were 30 off. So we won't write it down until you get to this page. Yeah. 2 out of 3 numbers. Oh, yeah. Yeah, give them yours, and then you can give them a basket. I think this is one of the silent lady's shirt. This is a men's shirt. And, they're mostly the same except for that one's a lady's shirt and that one's a men's shirt. All right, try the next one. All right. 595. Oh. You're gonna have to give your wife the shirt.
You get a shirt like that.
Yeah, you got All right, last one. 488. Speak.
Hey, Connie.
Okay, so now we're going to do the certificates there. I believe we have. What? Okay, so now we're going to give away, we have the certificates here we give every year. We're going to give away 4 T-shirts and then 4 of the membership. The membership is good for, it's $10, so you can give it to a new member. If you're already a member and you don't want to use it for yourself, you can give it to someone to be a new member, or you can use it for 2-year renewal of your own membership. It's be worth $10. We're going to give away the T-shirts though first, and with those certificates that are T-shirts, you can also get whatever if we're selling a swag thing like a mug or something like that, you can get that too with those. The number is 458. 458. And they're back again. Wow. Really booking the back up. We don't have too much more here. Should be done in a minute. Try another number. Yeah. Okay, you got 2 there. Yeah. Next number, 650. 650. Anybody have 650? In the back again. Wow. It's just taking so long for people to come up here. Everybody in the back. Hey, draw the next number there. Next number is 532. 532. Anybody have 532? Nope. Okay, wait, you're gonna have to draw again. No, that's okay. Okay, 599. 599. Anybody have 599? No? Okay, 566. 566. No. No, you won. Okay, 542. 542. Hey, all right. Is this the last t-shirt?
No, we have one more t-shirt.
Right.
You gotta draw.
Okay, 463. I think this is the last t-shirt. 463. 463. Nope. Then it is. When? All right, 613. 613. This is going to be for the membership. He got the last t-shirt there. 613. Oh, it's Donna. Or Doreen, I'm sorry.
Hey, Doreen.
Okay, we're giving away the membership one now. 483. 483. It is Donna. I said Donna last time. Donna and Doreen.
Yep.
Maybe she'll pull my number.
Okay. 636. 636. All right. One more of these and then we move on to something else. Okay. 686. 686. 686. Any takers? Yeah, back there? Okay, good. Here she comes.
New membership.
Okay, the next thing we're going to do
There's stuff on the bottom, like.
Yeah, I know, we're
trying to get.
we got a couple of new games here people donated. I think you were one of these last year. So we got a couple of games. I'm going to give people, you win, you get a choice. We got two different ones. This one's called Trekking the National Park 4 games. And then we got, I think, oh yes, it's 4. It's 4 puzzles, 4 500-piece puzzles. These are brand new, these haven't been opened. So the first person you get a choice which one you want. The second person we're going to give the other one. So the first number is 541. 541. Anybody have 541? Okay. Okay, 653. 653. All right, draw first, then pick. Oh no. 654. Yes, you get both. That's too funny. Yeah. Oh, good. Now you have both. But you get to pick the next one too.
That is funny.
Oh, that's great. Wow. All right, so we got a few random things here, random files and stuff. Okay, so we got a few little files of national park stuff. Again, Eastern National's nice enough to donate all the stuff. If you already have some of the passport stuff, share it with your friends and family. The next number is 547.
There you go.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, 547. Just take a step. Yeah, give me the step. Enjoy. I got it. Got the next one. We're good. Okay, the next number is 631. 631. Anybody have 631? You're good. Yeah. 631. No, that's okay. All right, it's just. Okay, 638. Hey, all right. All these people hawing on the last number is not the one I had. Jackie, you like this one, Jackie. Yeah. Oh, keep forgetting this voice. Lawyers. Okay, so this last stack somebody donated. There's a book here, and the book is signed. It's from the Charles Young Buffalo Soldiers, and it's signed by the superintendent. So autographed copy from the superintendent for Charles Young Buffalo Soldiers, and then some other things here. So the number for this is 507. Hey, all right. All right, that's all the regular door prizes. Now I told everybody we're going to draw for the trivia thing. Anybody who submitted their trivia sheet.
I know.
Okay, so if you submitted your sheets for the trivia, don't leave. We're going to draw for the little award things for that. So just hang out for a couple more minutes.
Thank you for drawing my number.
Okay.
So just so you can see, I had created for that.
Oh, wow. Those are nice. Very nice.
Well, these are the medals. There's a set of gold and a set of silver and a set of bronze. So what we're going to do, we have a few duplicates of people that put their card up here. We're going to draw by team. And whoever was on your team is going to get, we have 4 of each of them. I don't know if you have more than 4 people on your team. If the people who are taking off, if you could please not be talking so the other people who are still here can hear. I don't think there was people who had more than 4. We were only supposed to be teams of 4, but there are 4 per color. So we're gonna draw. We mixed up the cards based on the team. We're gonna draw your state. So whatever state you were on, and hopefully you remember what your state team was. We're gonna give these out. Okay, these are yeah. Okay. All right, so pick a card, Monica. All right, so this is Team Rhode Island. Rhode Island's in the gold medal. This is Stephen Belstein, Morgan Clark, Jesse Fleming, and Sylvia Jones. You can take it from her. She's going to be at dinner tonight.
Lisa, Sylvia left.
And if anybody did not take, we had participation. Sharon made some nice participation certificates. If you didn't get those and you participated in the race, please take one of those too before you leave. All right, why don't you guys draw another card? Draw a card. And drop one on the board. Just pick a chart.
Colorado.
Team Colorado. Who's on Team Colorado? Only 2 people on Team Colorado? This says Bill and Michelle Richardson. Are there other people on that team? Who else was on your team? Was it just you guys?
No.
Bill and Michelle are here. Okay. Well, let's give them silvers. And we'll give the other 2 away individually or something. Huh? Pick a card, pick a card. All right, Team Georgia. Steve Domingo, Robbie Clifford, Roland Steves. You guys have anybody else on your team? Okay. That's okay. You guys got the bronze. How many we got left? We got 3 spare? 2 one time, maybe we'll have some team 3. Okay, we're going to do one more because we got an oddball left of people who are not even teams. Okay, Team Illinois. Your team of 3? I only got, well, no, wait, I got a golden one. You got the yellow one. Yeah, you're going to have to get different colors, unfortunately.
That's fine. That's fine.
You got 1 gold, 2 silver, and 1 ring. All right, that's it. For you, anybody who's going to dinner tonight, it is off-site at the the Greater Waldorf JC Community Center. You can come 6:30. They'll have hors d'oeuvres. We'll have a cash bar, and dinner will start at 7. It's only about like 5-minute drive. All right, save the date for next year.
Yeah, okay. Wonderful. We'll be there.
So we're all saying the Google Maps might give you the wrong city. Make sure you're choosing Waldorf as your city for that.
Yes, yes. I think that's
Yeah, we are.